There are stories buried beneath the earth, older than any empire and deeper than any myth. Traces of forgotten cities swallowed by jungle, sunken beneath oceans, or etched into stone before history had a name. These aren't legends spun from fantasy, they're real mysteries, recorded in ancient texts, hinted at in ruins, and scattered across the world like broken pieces of a puzzle. Civilizations that rose and vanished long before the timelines we're taught in school, with architecture too advanced for the age, tools that seem out of place, and knowledge that should have been impossible to possess. So settle in, let the noise of the modern world fade away, and join us as we explore the most unsettling and unexplained pre-flood civilizations ever discovered. There is a hill in southeastern Turkey that for centuries was thought to be nothing more than a natural rise in the earth. Windswept and unassuming, it sat quietly above the plains, its secrets buried deep beneath layers of soil and time. The locals called it Gbekli Tepe, meaning Potbelly Hill, unaware that what lay beneath it would one day rewrite the story of civilization itself. In the mid-1990s, a team of archaeologists led by Klaus Schmidt began excavating the site, and what they uncovered was unlike anything the modern world had ever seen. Rising from the earth were colossal stone pillars arranged in great circular formations, carved with strange animals and abstract symbols. These were not scattered rocks or natural formations. This was architecture, intentional, deliberate, and impossibly old. The site of Gbekli Tepe is now considered the oldest known temple complex in the world. Its construction dates back to around 9,600 BCE, more than 11,000 years ago, long before the Great Pyramids, long before Stonehenge, and even before the invention of agriculture. And that is where the mystery begins. At a time when humans were still hunter-gatherers, when there were no cities, no writing, and no organized religion, as we understand it, someone built Gbekli Tepe. They quarried massive limestone pillars, some weighing as much as 20 tons. They carved them with intricate images, foxes, lions, snakes, birds, and arranged them in rings, carefully aligned and structured. The sophistication of the site suggests a deep understanding of both construction and symbolic expression. But who were the builders? And how did they accomplish such a feat in an era supposedly defined by primitive tools and nomadic life? The mainstream explanation is cautious. It suggests that Gbekli Tepe was built by a society on the brink of transition, groups of hunter-gatherers slowly moving towards settled agricultural life. The act of building a temple, some argue, may have come before farming itself. It challenges the traditional belief that agriculture led to religion. What if it was the other way around? What if the desire to worship, to gather, to ritualize, led to farming? It's a theory that quietly inverts everything we've assumed about how civilization began. But the questions don't stop there. One of the most intriguing aspects of Gbekli Tepe is that it was intentionally buried. At some point after centuries of use, the people who built it, or those who came after, deliberately filled in the great enclosures with dirt, rubble, and debris. The purpose behind this act remains unknown. Was it a ritual burial, an attempt to preserve something sacred? Or was it meant to hide something too powerful, too dangerous, or too mysterious for later generations to understand? The symbolism carved into the stones only deepens the enigma. Animals in unnatural positions, strange abstract shapes, and what appear to be humanoid figures with folded hands, none of them have been conclusively interpreted. Some researchers see these as early expressions of cosmology, the first myths etched into stone. Others go further, suggesting astronomical alignments that may point to knowledge of the stars, knowledge we didn't believe humans had at that time. One particular stone, known as Pillar 43, or the Vulture Stone, has drawn special attention. It features a scorpion, birds, and a headless human figure. Some believe it represents a map of the sky, perhaps even a depiction of a comet strike or a great cataclysm, a memory passed down in stone, from a time when the world itself may have changed. And here is where we step quietly into the realm of the pre-flood hypothesis. Many ancient cultures tell of a great flood, a deluge that swept across the earth and wiped away entire civilizations. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to the story of Noah, from Hindu scriptures to Mesoamerican legends, the flood is a motif that echoes across continents and centuries. Some believe Göbekli Tepe may be a remnant of a civilization that existed before such a catastrophe. A culture not yet named, lost in the shadows before recorded time, who left behind this temple as a whisper of their existence. The idea is speculative, of course. Mainstream archaeology is careful not to leap too far ahead, but the timing is curious. Gbekli Tepe dates to a period just after the end of the Younger Dryas, a sudden climatic shift that brought massive changes to global weather patterns and sea levels. Some researchers believe this event, around 10,800 to 9,600 BCE, may have inspired the global flood legends. If so, then Gbekli Tepe may stand not only as a sacred site but as a survivor of an age that came before. And yet the site itself gives us so few answers. Despite its massive scale and advanced artistry, no tools have been found nearby. No signs of permanent dwellings. No graves, no written language, just the stones, standing in circles, each one bearing silent witness to something long forgotten. It's as if the builders came here for one purpose only, to construct this temple, and then vanished. The precision with which the pillars were carved and arranged has also drawn the attention of alternative theorists. Could the builders have possessed a lost technology, something beyond stone hammers and wooden levers? Some point to the engineering challenges of moving such heavy stones without wheels or pack animals. Others ask how nomadic people could have coordinated a project of this scale without some form of hierarchy or organization. Still others see in the symmetry and layout echoes of a mathematical system, one that implies knowledge of geometry far beyond what we attribute to that age. And then there are those who look to the sky. The alignment of the enclosures, the carvings that seem to point towards celestial bodies, the myths that speak of knowledge descending from the heavens, it all adds fuel to the theory of external influence. Some whisper of ancient visitors, of forgotten beings who brought wisdom and then disappeared. While there's no hard evidence for such ideas, they continue to captivate the imagination, not because they're proven, but because so much else remains unexplained. As excavation continues, more is being uncovered. But Gbekli Tepe guards its secrets well, layer by layer, enclosure by enclosure. The story unfolds slowly. And yet the deeper we dig, the older it gets. Some archaeologists now believe that the site could be part of a much larger complex, perhaps one that spans much of the surrounding region. If true, it would mean that what we've seen so far is only a fraction of what once existed. But there is a quiet truth here, hidden beneath the mystery, whether built by forgotten hands or by ancestors we never imagined capable of such brilliance. Gbekli Tepe reminds us that the human story is longer, deeper, and more complicated than we know. For all our technology and certainty, we still stand in awe before stones raised thousands of years ago, unsure of how, unsure of why. The temple speaks no language, tells no tale, and yet it says so much. It tells us that there were builders before the builders. That belief, whatever form it took, was powerful enough to move mountains of stone. That memory can survive in silence, etched into rock and buried beneath the earth, waiting for someone to listen. Perhaps that is the real gift of Gbekli Tepe, not just the questions it raises, but the sense of wonder it leaves behind. A reminder that history isn't finished, that mystery still lives beneath our feet, and that sometimes the past isn't as far away as it seems. Off the eastern coast of Pohnpei, a small island in the remote waters of Micronesia, lies a site that has puzzled explorers, historians, and archaeologists for generations. Rising quietly from the shallow ocean lagoon is a series of artificial islets, built from thousands of massive basalt stones stacked into walls, platforms, and enclosures. These ruins form a vast and silent city, long abandoned, swallowed by jungle and tide. Its name is Nan Madol, and it is like nothing else on Earth. Often called the Venice of the Pacific, Nan Madol is a maze of stone channels, ceremonial courtyards, and tidal canals. But unlike Venice, it wasn't built with brick and mortar. It was built with basalt columns, some weighing as much as 50 tons, stacked with almost impossible precision. The construction spans nearly 100 small islands, each section resting on coral reefs just above the surface of the sea. Altogether, the ruins stretch across 200 acres. An engineering feat so massive that its very existence seems to whisper of forgotten knowledge. There are no cranes here, no pulleys, no written blueprints, and yet the city rose from the sea. But who built it, and how? Local legend tells of two brothers, Olosupa and Olosupa, sorcerers who came from a faraway land on a mission to build a spiritual center that would touch the heavens. They are said to have used magic to lift and place the stones, conjuring them into position with chants and ritual. Whether this story is myth or memory, it hints at something extraordinary, a time before time, when gods or giants walked the islands. Traditional archaeology suggests the site was built by the Swordler dynasty, a centralized theocratic kingdom that ruled the island from around 1100 CE. But this theory quickly runs into problems. First, there's the sheer volume of stone. Estimates suggest that more than 750,000 tons of basalt were transported, without the wheel, without metal tools, and across open water. The nearest source of basalt is on the opposite side of the island. How were these stones quarried, transported, and stacked with such precision? Some researchers suggest the stones were floated across the lagoon on bamboo rafts or log rollers. Others argue that the coral foundations themselves would have collapsed under the weight of the basalt if they had been laid in recent history. The truth is, no one has ever successfully recreated the process with the same materials and methods said to be available at the time. And then there are the ruins themselves. At the heart of Nan Madol sits Nan Madol, a walled enclosure where the high chiefs once lived and held ceremonies. Its walls rise nearly 25 feet high, forming a square that encloses a sacred compound. The interior is filled with burial vaults, courtyards, and basalt-lined pools. One of these vaults is believed to contain the tomb of the first Swordler ruler, but no one knows for sure. The waters surrounding Nan Madol are difficult to navigate, and the ruins remain largely unexcavated. Nature has reclaimed much of the site. Mangroves grow through cracks in the stone, crabs scuttle across mossy paths. The city is fading into the sea, and with it, its secrets. What makes Nan Madol especially strange is its placement. It was not built inland, where stone could be more easily transported. It was not built near quarries or fertile lands. It was built on the reef, out in the ocean, where every stone had to be moved with great difficulty, every foundation laid in the tides. This choice makes little practical sense unless it served a ceremonial or symbolic purpose, something greater than mere habitation. Some believe Nan Madol was a spiritual center, a place set apart from the everyday world. Others think it may have been a royal necropolis, a city of the dead meant to honor ancestors and kings. But there are those who go even further, suggesting that the site predates the Swordler entirely, that it was repurposed by later peoples who no longer understood its original function. This theory draws from the same mysterious pattern seen at other ancient sites, advanced stone construction appearing before the society supposedly had the means to create it. Could Nan Madol be the remains of a much older civilization, one lost to the waves? Supporters of the pre-flood theory point to the city's marine erosion. Some of the lowest stones are already submerged. Tidal creep and subsidence have dragged parts of the complex below sea level. While erosion is natural, the extent suggests that the structures may be much older than current estimates. If sea levels were lower during construction, it would place Nan Madol in a different era altogether, perhaps even back to the end of the last ice age. This would align it with other mysterious megalithic sites, like the ruins beneath the Gulf of Cambay or the sunken temples of Mahabalipuram, structures that appear to date back to a time when coastlines were drastically different, and when the last great glaciers were melting. And if that's true, then who built Nan Madol? It's a question that invites speculation, and with it, a host of competing theories. Some point to a once advanced maritime culture that spanned the Pacific, spreading architectural techniques and spiritual ideas across vast distances. Others whisper of Lemuria, the mythical sunken continent said to have once bridged the Indian and Pacific Oceans. And of course there are those who tie Nan Madol to Atlantis itself, a remnant of a civilization erased by cataclysm and remembered only in fragments. Mainstream scholars reject these notions, pointing instead to cultural diffusion and slow technological progression. But even so, Nan Madol does not fit comfortably into any timeline. The scale, the location, the isolation, it all feels out of place. Even the very name Nan Madol means spaces between, referring to the tidal canals that separate its islets. It is a city built in the margins, between land and sea, between known history and forgotten past. And yet, despite its scale, Nan Madol was never home to more than a few hundred people at a time. It was not a metropolis, nor a center of trade. It was not a place of production or agriculture. It was something else, something meant to be apart, perhaps sacred, perhaps forbidden. Local folklore supports this feeling. To this day, the people of Pompeii regard Nan Madol with reverence and fear. They say spirits still walk among the stones, that the sea grows angry when outsiders approach, that those who stay too long become ill or vanish. Whether myth or memory, the warnings persist, and perhaps there is something poetic in that. For all our science and exploration, some places are meant to remain mysterious. Some cities are meant to crumble into the sea, taking their stories with them. But even as the tides rise and the walls fall, Nan Madol endures. Its basalt blocks stand unmoved, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of salt and sun. The canals still shimmer with moonlight. The jungle still leans in close, as if listening for a voice long gone. And we are left to wonder, was Nan Madol a temple for forgotten gods? A tomb for lost kings? A beacon of knowledge erased by flood and time? Or was it something else entirely? Something we are not yet ready to understand. As with Gbekli Tepe, what we know is dwarfed by what we don't. The city remains a riddle, a question carved in stone and set upon the sea. But this is not the only mystery hidden in the waves. Across the ancient world, other cities rise and fall in silence, some beneath jungle, some beneath sand, and some, like Nan Madol, rest just above the surface, close enough to see, but still beyond our reach. Before Sumer, before the ziggurats and cuneiform tablets, before the names of kings were etched into clay and sealed by empires, there was another people. Their ruins lie beneath the sands of southern Mesopotamia, silent and subtle, their legacy almost forgotten. Yet what they left behind has sparked questions that still linger unanswered. This is the story of the Ubaid culture, and of the strange figurines they carved, figures with elongated heads, narrow eyes, and distinctly reptilian features. The Ubaid civilization flourished between 6,500 and 3,800 BCE, long before the rise of the more familiar Sumerians. They occupied the same land, the river valleys between the Tigris and Euphrates, but their presence was quiet. No grand palaces, no towering temples. Instead, they left behind simple settlements, irrigation systems, and painted pottery. Their houses were uniform, their tools practical, their daily life, it seems, ordinary. And yet, among the ordinary, something strange emerges. In several Ubaid archaeological sites, particularly at Al-Ubaid, Eridu, and archaeologists uncovered a series of figurines unlike anything else in Mesopotamian history. Made of clay and carefully shaped, these figures stand a few inches tall, but their appearance is anything but mundane. They have long, slender limbs. Some are seated, others are standing or nursing infants. Their faces are tapered, their skulls elongated, with large almond-shaped eyes and pointed snouts. They look less like humans and more like reptiles. They've come to be known as the Ubaid lizard figurines. At first they were dismissed as artistic abstraction or stylized imagination. Perhaps they were mythic representations, gods, spirits, or totems. But the more were uncovered, the more deliberate they seemed. These were not one-off creations. They were part of a pattern, and they were found in houses, temples, and graves, suggesting some deeper significance. The figures often wear what appear to be helmets or caps. Some have patterned bands across their chests, like ceremonial garments or uniforms. A few are shown holding objects. One particularly unsettling example depicts a figure cradling a baby with the same reptilian features, suggesting not only belief, but a lineage, a kind of family or species. And here the questions begin. What were these figures meant to represent? Were they symbolic, religious, or literal? Did the Ubaid people worship a reptilian deity, or were they depicting something they believed they had encountered? There are no written records from the Ubaid period, no myths or epics to guide interpretation. Only these figures, staring back with cold, unblinking eyes. Some scholars propose they were fertility symbols or shamanic representations. Others believe they were stylized images of humans in ceremonial masks. But none of these explanations fully account for the consistency or the reptilian detail. Why lizards? Why so many? This ambiguity has led some researchers to propose more unconventional theories. In the fringe corners of archaeology, the Ubaid figurines are cited as evidence of ancient alien contact, a possibility that has long fascinated theorists of the unexplained. They argue that the Ubaid people may have been visited, influenced, or even genetically altered by non-human beings who resembled reptiles. The figures in this interpretation are not myths at all, but records, visual testimony of beings once seen, or perhaps lived alongside. It's a dramatic claim, one not supported by traditional evidence, but it touches on a deeper human impulse. The sense that we are not alone in our origins, that our history holds encounters we've forgotten, or have chosen not to remember. And it's not just the figurines that raise eyebrows. The Ubaid people built Eridu, one of the oldest cities in the world. Long before Uruk or Babylon, Eridu was a spiritual center, home to what may have been the earliest temple in Mesopotamia. It was dedicated to Enki, the god of water, wisdom, and creation. Enki was often associated with subterranean realms, and was sometimes depicted with serpentine qualities. He ruled from the Abzu, the deep waters beneath the earth. This is where myth and artifact begin to blur. Could there be a connection between the reptilian figurines and the ancient myths of gods emerging from the depths, gods with knowledge beyond that of men? Enki was a bringer of civilization. So too were the Ubaid. Their irrigation systems, canals, and structured villages suggest a people who understood the land, who tamed water, and who built with intention. Yet they left no great monuments, no inscriptions, no recorded theology. It's as if their purpose was not to dominate the land, but to prepare it. And then they vanished. By 3800 BCE, the Ubaid culture faded into history, whether absorbed by rising Sumerian city-states or displaced by climatic shifts, no one knows. Their settlements were abandoned, their figurines buried, and their memory dissolved into the sands. What remains is quiet, just fragments and shadows. But the figurines persist. Unearthed from layers of earth, they offer a glimpse into a mindset very different from our own. Whether literal depictions or symbolic abstractions, they were created with care. Their expressions are serene, their posture gentle. They are not monstrous nor violent, they simply are. And perhaps that is what makes them so haunting, because we do not know their names, or what they meant, or what stories they were part of. We only know that someone long ago felt compelled to make them, over and over again, to shape the snouts, the scales, the slitted eyes, to place them in homes and temples, to pass them down, and then to let them go. It is tempting to seek modern analogies, to imagine aliens or hybrids or beings from other realms. But the truth may be stranger still. The truth may be that the Ubaid people lived in a world whose meanings are lost to us, a world where humans and animals, spirit and matter, were not as separate as we believe them to be. In that ancient desert, beneath open sky and drifting sand, life was lived at a different rhythm. The Ubaid builders shaped the land with their hands. They dug canals, they painted pots, and perhaps in moments of quiet, they told stories of watchers, of gods, of creatures who came from the water or the stars. We will never know what those stories sounded like, but we can still see their echoes, and that in itself is a kind of wonder. Because here in these simple figurines, we are reminded of how much we've forgotten, how much has been erased by time, and how much may still lie waiting beneath the surface, hidden not by distance, but by the limits of what we're willing to believe. The Ubaid culture does not fit neatly into our narratives. It is older than cities, older than kings. It left no written record, no clear trail, only stone and clay and questions. But sometimes, it is the quietest civilizations that leave the loudest mysteries. There is a document etched in cuneiform on ancient clay that quietly rests among the relics of early Mesopotamia. It is not a myth, not a legend, but something far stranger, a list of rulers who reigned over the land before any empire rose, before the Great Flood, and before even the earliest known cities left their ruins behind. It is known as the Sumerian King List, and what it claims continues to puzzle scholars, archaeologists, and dreamers alike. At first glance, it seems simple, a chronological record of Sumerian kings, naming the cities they ruled from, the lengths of their reigns, and the moment their rule was swept away by flood. But as you read deeper, something strange happens. The earliest kings are said to have ruled not for decades, but for thousands of years, entire lifetimes that stretch into the tens of thousands. Kings who ruled for 28,800 years, others for 36,000. one for over 43,000. These are not small exaggerations. These are spans that challenge the boundaries of what we believe is possible, and yet they are listed calmly, without flourish, as if this was simply fact. The Sumerian king list begins with a line that chills with its simplicity. After the kingship descended from heaven, Eridu became the seat of kingship. Here, in just a few words, lies the seed of the mystery. The kingship, it says, did not emerge from the people. It descended from heaven. As though rulership itself was a divine gift, a mantle passed down from a higher realm. The first city, Eridu, is known to archaeologists. It is one of the oldest urban settlements ever discovered, dating back over 7,000 years. But according to the king list, its history reaches even further. Its first ruler was Alolim, who reigned for 28,800 years. He was followed by Alangar, who ruled for 36,000 years. Together they spanned more than a full ice age. Then came the kings of Bad Tibera, Larek, Sippar, and Shuruppak, cities real and ancient, their ruins still scattered across southern Iraq, each with rulers said to have governed for impossibly long periods of time. Altogether, 8 kings ruled for 241,200 years, before the flood came and swept everything away. That is the dividing line. A literal and symbolic rupture. Then the flood swept over. After the flood, the kingship is said to have been lowered once more from heaven. But this time, the reigns are shorter, not thousands of years, but hundreds. Then later, dozens, gradually decreasing until they reach the more familiar spans of time recorded in later history. So what are we to make of this? Were these impossibly long reigns symbolic, meant to show reverence or mythic importance? Or were they based on something more real, more mysterious, now forgotten? Mainstream historians offer symbolic explanations. The numbers, they say, may have been sacred or exaggerated, for theological reasons. In ancient Mesopotamian culture, certain numerals, like 60 or its multiples, held great spiritual weight. Perhaps the long reigns were metaphors for divine favor, or the memory of a time before mortal limits applied. But even so, the consistency of the list is difficult to ignore. It does not read like a myth. It reads like a record, methodical, ordered, even bureaucratic. Cities are listed, kings are named, years are assigned, as if someone long ago was attempting to preserve a timeline, not a fable. And there's something else. Other cultures, far from Sumer, also tell of incredibly long-lived rulers before a great flood. The Hebrew Bible speaks of patriarchs who lived for centuries. Methuselah lived 969 years, Adam 930, Noah 950. The ages shrink after the flood, just as they do in the Sumerian list. In ancient Hindu texts, the Satya Yuga was a time when lifespans stretched into tens of thousands of years. In China, records speak of emperors who ruled for thousands of years before historical dynasties emerged. Even Mesoamerican mythologies recount epochs where gods and demigods ruled over Earth long before ordinary men were born. Could all these stories be echoes of a deeper memory? There are those who believe the king list preserves a fragment of a pre-flood civilization, a time when humanity, or something like it, lived under very different conditions. Theorists have speculated about atmospheric changes, different gravitational forces, or altered biology that could account for long life. Others suggest advanced beings, non-human or semi-divine, who ruled before mankind rose to dominance. In this view, the Great Flood was not just a symbolic purification, but a reset, a boundary between worlds, a curtain drawn across a former age. And perhaps that is why the king list begins not with invention, but with descent. Kingship descended from heaven. It implies rulership was granted, not earned. That the first kings were not kings in the human sense, but caretakers, stewards, or watchers. Beings whose purpose was not conquest, but guidance. But over time, that guidance may have faltered. Corruption entered, memory faded, and then, the flood. What followed was a broken lineage. A thread picked up, but never woven in the same way. The post-flood kings are shorter lived, more mortal, more chaotic. Cities rise and fall, empires war. The age of myth ends, the age of history begins. And through it all, the king list survives. Dozens of copies have been found on clay tablets unearthed in Nippur, Lhasa, and Sippar. The most complete version is known as the Weld Blundell Prism, now held in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. It dates to around 1800 BCE, but its contents speak of a time far older. And still, the questions remain. Was this an attempt to legitimize Sumerian rule by connecting it to divine origins? Was it a theological document, not meant to be taken literally? Or was it a preservation, a relic of something real, but misunderstood? Perhaps it is all of these things. Perhaps the Sumerian scribes copied what they were given, not knowing the true meanings of the names or the years. Perhaps even they were trying to piece together a past that was already distant, a past they inherited, but no longer understood. And perhaps that's what makes the king list so haunting. It doesn't try to explain, it doesn't offer commentary, it simply tells you what happened, and how long. And then it tells you the flood came. And then, everything was different. In a world of forgotten empires and eroded ruins, it stands as one of the most unsettling artifacts ever discovered. Because if it is true, even in part, then our history is far older and far stranger than we imagine. The clay tablets say nothing more. The scribes are long gone, but the numbers remain, the names remain. Olulem, Olungar, in Menloana, in Mengolana, Demusid the shepherd, in Sapadzidana, in Mendoana, Obratutu. 8 names, 8 kings, 241,200 years. And then, water, and still the world turns. Still we dig, still we wonder. Because these names so strange, so old, echo with something more than legend. They carry the weight of memory. A memory not entirely ours. A thread stretching back through darkness, through flood, through the fog of time, to something vast and quiet that once ruled the world. And though we cannot see it clearly, we can feel it there, just beneath the surface, waiting. In the still waters off the western coast of India, in a place where river meets sea, there lies a mystery quietly resting beneath the surface, hidden under layers of silt and time. Fishermen have long sailed these waters, unaware that what lay beneath their boats might change everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. This place is the Gulf of Cambay, also known as the Gulf of Cambat, and in the year 2001, it became the center of a discovery so unexpected, so controversial, that its implications are still being debated to this day. It began with a sonar survey. The National Institute of Ocean Technology, commissioned to study pollution levels and sediment patterns in the Gulf, was scanning the seafloor with side-scan sonar, standard procedure, routine and unremarkable. But as the images came in, the researchers noticed something strange. There were patterns, repeating geometric shapes, regularity where there should have been chaos. Upon closer inspection, it became clear. These were not random rock formations. They were structures, straight lines, right angles, grids. Something man-made had once stood here. 2 sites were identified, one near the mouth of the Tapti River and another near the Narmada River. Both revealed what appeared to be extensive, submerged settlements, entire cities, now buried under 30 meters of water. The sonar images painted a picture of roads, foundations, and massive geometrical layouts. Some estimates suggested that the area covered nearly 25 square kilometers. If true, it would make this one of the largest and oldest lost cities ever discovered. But that was only the beginning. Divers retrieved artifacts from the seafloor, pottery shards, fossilized bones, stone tools, and a piece of wood that would ignite an entirely new wave of speculation. When tested using radiocarbon dating, that wood fragment returned an astonishing result, approximately 9,500 years old. Suddenly, the implications shifted. If these cities were truly man-made, and if they really were that old, then they would predate Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even Göbekli Tepe. They would rewrite the timeline of civilization, and they would suggest that organized urban life existed not 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, but closer to 10,000. A lost civilization, drowned, forgotten, older than anything we've ever known. For many, the discovery seemed to echo an ancient memory, the memory of Dwarka, the fabled city of Lord Krishna. According to Hindu scripture, Krishna's magnificent city was swallowed by the sea after his death, its palaces and walls buried beneath the waves. Long considered a myth, Dwarka had drifted between legend and religious belief for centuries. But now, here was something off the coast of Gujarat. in the very waters Krishna was said to have ruled beside, that looked uncannily like a sunken city. The discovery attracted global attention. Documentaries were produced, articles published. The idea of a pre-flood civilization gained traction. Those who had long argued for the existence of advanced societies before the end of the last ice age suddenly had a new rallying point. The flood myths of the world, from the story of Noah to the tales of Manu and Gilgamesh, took on fresh urgency. Because if a city truly lay beneath Cambay's waters, dated to a time when sea levels were far lower, then its destruction may have coincided with the Younger Dryas boundary, a period of sudden and extreme climatic change, around 10,800 to 9,600 BCE. It was an era marked by glacial melting, rising seas, and global upheaval. And for those who believe that ancient civilizations once flourished during that forgotten time, the Gulf of Cambay became a focal point, a quiet sunken echo of a lost world. But not everyone agreed. Critics were quick to raise concerns. They questioned the accuracy of the carbon dating. They noted that the wood could have been from an older tree, or drifted in from elsewhere. Some suggested that the sonar images were being misinterpreted, that the shapes seen were natural formations, not evidence of human design. Others pointed out that diving conditions in the Gulf were poor, visibility low, currents strong, making proper excavation nearly impossible. And so the debate lingers in a strange kind of stasis. The evidence is tantalizing, but incomplete. The structures appear artificial, but remain unexcavated. The artifacts are intriguing, but unverified by peer-reviewed consensus. The site's potential remains vast, and yet silent. What adds to the mystery is how little follow-up has been done. In the years since the initial discovery, further exploration has been limited. Bureaucratic delays, funding issues, the challenges of underwater archaeology in difficult conditions. Whatever the reasons, the story has receded into the background, leaving only whispers and wonder in its place. But beneath it all, the site remains, and the questions it raises do not fade. Who, if anyone, lived here before the sea came? Were they a culture known to us, now forgotten? Or something else entirely, a civilization erased from memory by cataclysm? If they built cities, what else did they build? If they mapped coastlines, what else did they know? Could this be a piece of a larger pattern of ancient cities drowned not just in India, but all across the world? In the decades since the Cambay discovery, more and more submerged sites have come to light. Off the coasts of Japan, Cuba, Malta, and India, ruins have emerged from the deep megalithic stones and strange formations, always at depths suggesting they were once built on land. Taken alone, each can be dismissed, but together they begin to tell a different story, a story of a time before the flood, a time when human civilization may have been older and stranger than we remember, a time when the coastlines we know were not yet drawn, when rivers ran through valleys now drowned, when people lived, worked, and built only to have it all taken by rising seas. It is not difficult to imagine. As you close your eyes and let the rhythm of the water fill your mind, picture it, a great city by the shore, with wide avenues, shrines, and homes, children playing by the river, boats drifting past bustling markets, and far away, a sound low at first, like thunder rolling across the plain. The water is coming, not a wave, not a storm, but a slow, relentless rise. Day by day, year by year, the fields begin to flood, the roads are swallowed, the temples are abandoned, and finally, only the highest stones remain. And then, nothing, just ocean, silence, time, and beneath it all the memory of a city. Whether Cambay is truly that city, whether its ruins are real or imagined, one thing is certain: it awakens something in us, a feeling that history is deeper than we think, that the earth holds secrets we have only just begun to uncover, that beneath our feet, and under the sea, lie fragments of a past we are not yet ready to understand. The Gulf remains quiet now. The waves wash gently over the place where sonar once found straight lines and patterns. The tides rise and fall, the silt shifts, and somewhere beneath perhaps, the story sleeps on, waiting to be told. Off the southern coast of Japan, near the western edge of the Ryukyu Islands, lies a place where the sea hides something ancient, something immense, and something deeply unsettling. This is the Yonaguni Monument, a massive, mysterious structure submerged beneath the waves near Yonaguni Island. It rises from the ocean floor like a forgotten temple, its lines too sharp, its shapes too precise to ignore. Is it a quirk of geology, or the remnants of an ancient civilization, long lost to time and tide. The story begins not with archaeologists or geologists, but with a dive instructor. In 1986, a man named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring new sites for divers when he noticed something strange beneath the water. What he saw was not coral or reef, but a vast geometric formation, gigantic terraces, flat walls, sharp corners, an entire underwater landscape carved from solid stone. He returned with others, and soon the world began to take notice. Divers descended into the turquoise depths and were stunned by what they found. Some described it as an ancient ziggurat, others saw a sunken palace, a forgotten sanctuary, or even an altar of unknown gods. One thing was certain, it looked constructed. Massive platforms stacked like steps, enormous blocks fitted together with seemingly mathematical precision. The site sits roughly 25 meters underwater. The main structure is over 150 meters long and 25 meters high. From above, it resembles a tiered pyramid. From the side, it appears like a fortress wall, and from within its many crevices and drop-offs, the sense of scale becomes clear. This is no small anomaly. Professor Masaki Kimura, a respected marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, would go on to study the site for decades. He claimed the structure included stairs, paved roads, ceremonial platforms, and what looked like an open plaza. Some areas even resembled gates, altars, and what could have been a throne. The formations, he said, were not random. They were aligned, they were symmetrical, and perhaps most compelling of all, they were ancient. Kimura suggested that Yonaguni might date back over 10,000 years, placing its creation at the end of the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower. If this was true, it would mean the monument was built before the rise of Mesopotamia, Egypt, or even agriculture itself. It would be in effect a relic of a pre-flood civilization. But the monument does not give up its secrets easily. There are no inscriptions, no tools, no bones or broken pots, just stone, enormous, monolithic stone, weathered by waves and time. And so the debate continues. Some geologists argue that the formations are entirely natural. They point to the local sandstone, which fractures in regular patterns. Over time, earthquakes, waves, and erosion could have shaped the seabed into terraces and pillars. They say the resemblance to architecture is coincidence, a trick of the eye. But if Yonaguni is natural, why does it appear so carefully arranged? Why do the steps seem to lead somewhere? Why do the blocks interlock? Why are certain features, like what appears to be a staircase descending into a plaza, so deliberate? Kimura and others believe the site was at least partially human-modified. Perhaps the monument was a natural outcrop that was shaped, enhanced, or adorned by an ancient people whose memory has long since disappeared beneath the sea. Other divers have reported seeing additional structures scattered nearby, smaller terraces, upright stones, even what appears to be a stone column broken in two. Some believe these were part of a city, a civilization that once thrived along the coastline, only to be swallowed by the sea when the Ice Age melted into history. And this is where the story widens. Because if Yonaguni is artificial, or even partially shaped by human hands, then it raises a much larger question. What else lies beneath the ocean? What other cities, temples and monuments are hidden by the rise of sea levels over the past 12,000 years? Across the world, ancient flood myths tell of cities lost to water: Atlantis, Lemuria, Kumari Kandam, Dwarka. Could Yonaguni be one of these? A remnant of a time when humans were not as primitive as we believe. In Japan's own folklore, the Ryukyu Islands have long been associated with sea gods and forgotten kingdoms. The myths speak of undersea palaces and lands swallowed by storms. Could these tales be distant memories, passed down for millennia, from a time when Yonaguni stood above the waves? Even today, local fishermen speak of strange happenings near the site, unusual currents, moments of silence beneath the water, a sense of pressure or presence that cannot be explained. Whether imagination or instinct, the monument inspires reverence. It is not just the monument's form, but its presence, that creates a sense of awe. Its sheer size cannot be appreciated in a single glance. Divers report feeling disoriented, as if the structure shifts beneath them. The currents pull in strange directions. The light bends oddly, and within that quiet alien geometry, something lingers. Not a voice, not a figure, but an absence, a memory etched into stone. The ocean has tried to reclaim it. Seaweed clings to corners. Fish dart through the cracks. The once sharp lines are softening, but still it holds its shape. Still it keeps its silence. Some theorists have speculated that Yonaguni was not a single monument, but part of a greater network, an island city perhaps, or a ceremonial complex. If so, then much of it could still lie buried under sediment, or further out to sea. With limited funding and the hazardous nature of deep water excavation, no full survey has ever been completed. What little has been explored reveals only the edges of a much larger mystery. And if this was once a city, then who built it? What tools did they use? What beliefs guided their design? If it predates the rise of known civilization, it may have been the product of a culture whose name we'll never know, a people without writing, without records, without memory, and yet they may have carved the ocean floor. Could they have been survivors of a cataclysm? A culture forced to the edge of the sea, building with what remained of their knowledge? Or were they the last light of a forgotten golden age, a chapter in human history erased by flood and time? We may never know, but the questions remain, and perhaps that's what makes Yonaguni so haunting. It challenges not only what we know, but how we know it. It lives in the liminal space between what is real and what we remember, between stone and story, between land and sea. No structure exists in isolation, no monument is built by accident. And yet, here lies a mountain of stone, stepped and shaped, submerged and still, with no trace of its makers. And so we are left to imagine. We picture stonemasons beneath an ancient sky, carving vast blocks with forgotten tools. We hear chants echoing through open courtyards, staircases lined with fire, waves lapping in the distance. We see ships moored to stone piers, and children chasing shadows along terraces now claimed by coral. We do not know if it happened, but we feel the absence of proof like a breath held underwater. Yonaguni forces us to confront a simple truth, that the past is deeper than we realize, that beneath the calmest waters, ancient storms once raged, that beneath the modern map, older ones lie buried, that under every shore there may be ruins, and maybe, just maybe, the ocean remembers what we do not. The monument does not demand belief. It asks for curiosity, a willingness to imagine, a respect for silence, and perhaps a quiet acceptance that not all questions have answers. But even that is something sacred, because mystery, when left intact, invites wonder. So the Yonaguni Monument remains, a stairway into the sea, a city in silence, a riddle in the deep. And as you listen now, with the sound of slow water rising in your thoughts, remember, these are not just tales. They are fragments of something real. Fragments still waiting to be found. We may never know who built the monument, but the monument knows, and in its knowing, it waits. For centuries, the Amazon rainforest was thought of as a wild, untouched wilderness, an endless green expanse stretching from horizon to horizon, teeming with life but empty of history. Explorers called it a green desert, a place too hostile and too nutrient-poor to support anything beyond small, scattered tribes. The jungle, it was said, devoured everything. It swallowed cities, erased paths, and hid the past beneath its thick canopy. But slowly, over the last few decades, something strange has begun to emerge, not in grand monuments or towering ruins, but in the soil, in the patterns, in the subtle, persistent clues that whisper of something older, something larger, something once organized and intelligent, now forgotten. This is the story of the lost cities of the Amazon, and of the dark, fertile soil they left behind, known as terra preta. It begins with the earth itself. Much of the Amazon is covered in thin, acidic soil. It washes away quickly, barely supporting the roots of the trees above. But in certain places, often near rivers or deep within the forest, pockets of unusually rich black earth can be found. This soil, called terra preta, or black earth in Portuguese, is different. It is dark, dense, and incredibly fertile. It holds moisture, it doesn't wash away, and most curiously of all, it appears to have been made. That's right, terra preta is not natural. It was engineered. At first, scientists were skeptical, but tests revealed that this soil contains high levels of biochar, a type of charcoal produced by slow-burning organic material in low oxygen conditions. Mixed with broken pottery, bones, ash, and compost, it formed a perfect blend for agriculture. And it didn't just support plant growth, it improved over time, sustaining rich harvests even in the heart of the jungle. But who made it, and why? Some of these soil deposits cover hundreds of acres. They are found in patterns, layered, repeated, deliberate. These were not accidental campfires or abandoned farms. They were part of something larger, something planned. And slowly, the scale began to widen. In recent years, with the help of LiDAR, a technology that uses laser pulses to scan the forest floor from above, researchers have begun mapping the hidden terrain beneath the Amazon's canopy. And what they've found is astonishing. Grids, canals, causeways, geometric mounds, ringed settlements, massive road networks. In some areas, circles and squares arranged in patterns miles across. In others, raised fields connected by channels for drainage and irrigation. These are not natural formations. They are the remains of infrastructure. Some sites, like those near the Jingu River, show signs of carefully planned towns, houses arranged in radial symmetry, plazas, defensive walls, paths leading out in cardinal directions. These weren't simple villages. They were urban centers, engineered to house thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of people. And yet, no one wrote their names down. No records survive, no epic poems, no royal decrees, just traces in the soil, outlines in the dirt, evidence of a people whose story was nearly erased by jungle and time. The idea of a once thriving Amazonian civilization challenges what historians long believed. Early European explorers told tales of large cities hidden in the jungle, most famously El Dorado, the Golden City, but they were dismissed as fantasy. The jungle, it was assumed, could not support that kind of population. But the soil disagrees. Terra Preta suggests not only long-term settlement, but deliberate design. These people understood how to build a soil that would last for centuries. They enriched the earth and managed it, sustaining dense populations through farming practices that are only now being rediscovered. And perhaps even more mysteriously, they disappeared. By the time the first Spanish and Portuguese explorers reached the interior of South America, the great cities of the Amazon were gone. The jungle had reclaimed the land. The roads were overgrown, the canals filled, and the people, those who remained, lived in scattered smaller groups. The memory of what once was had faded. What happened? Some believe the answer lies in disease. It is now widely believed that European contact, even indirect, brought with it waves of smallpox, influenza, and measles, devastating populations that had no immunity. Civilizations may have collapsed before Europeans ever saw them. By the time outsiders arrived, the cities had already fallen silent. Others suggest climate played a role. A shift in rainfall patterns, a breakdown in farming systems, internal conflict, or perhaps something older, more mysterious, an environmental catastrophe, or even a flood. The jungle does not explain, it simply swallows. But even without monuments of stone, the traces remain. The Terra Preta is still there, hidden beneath the leaf litter, fertile as ever. The roadbeds still run straight through the trees. The canals, though filled with mud, still follow the same graceful curves. The jungle, for all its power, could not erase the shape of what came before. And what's perhaps most intriguing is how much of it we've yet to find. The Amazon is vast, over 2 million square miles, and much of it remains unexplored, especially from the air. With new technology, more sites are being uncovered every year. Grids that stretch for miles, complexes that suggest a level of societal organization once thought impossible in the region. The more we look, the more we find, and some believe we've only scratched the surface. Could the Amazon have been home to a civilization as advanced in its own way as those of the Nile or the Indus? A society without pyramids or palaces, but with equal understanding of agriculture, engineering, and the environment. And could it be older than we think? There are those who suggest that the earliest Amazonian civilizations may stretch back far beyond what is currently accepted, that the knowledge of soil making, irrigation, and urban planning could be inherited, echoes of something more ancient, something that came before the great river swallowed its banks, something perhaps pre-flood. It's difficult to know. Radiocarbon dating gives us glimpses, but not the full story. Oral traditions offer hints, but few clear records. What we have is soil, lines, patterns, and wonder, and that perhaps is what makes this mystery so different. Unlike stone temples or gold-plated thrones, the lost cities of the Amazon left behind something alive. The soil still breathes, still grows, still remembers, and in its richness it speaks of a people who knew the land not as something to conquer, but something to partner with. They did not strip the forest, they worked with it, shaped it, created gardens that fed multitudes, planted trees in patterns, dug channels that breathed with the floodwaters, and then in time they vanished. Their cities did not crumble, they were overgrown. Their walls did not fall, they were absorbed. Their names did not fade, they were never written down. But beneath every step, in every scoop of black earth, their story remains. And maybe that's the quietest kind of monument. One you can't see until you dig. One that asks not for all but for care. One that whispers rather than shouts. That says we were here, we thrived, and we knew more than you think. So as you rest now, eyes heavy, breath slow, imagine the forest from long ago, before the silence, before the vines, when plazas echoed with voices, when firelight danced across leaves, when the rivers were alive with canoes and the roads shone under moonlight. It may all be gone now, but the earth remembers, and beneath the roots, beneath the moss, and beneath the hush of sleeping trees, something still waits. Beneath the warm, shallow waters of the Bahamas, where sunlight flickers through clear blue waves and the sand shifts softly with the tide, lies a structure that has puzzled explorers and divers for decades. It is not made of coral, nor is it part of any known reef. Instead, it appears as a long, curved formation of stone, neatly aligned, almost as if paved. Smooth-edged and rectangular, the blocks stretch across the seafloor in a way that feels intentional. This is the Bimini Road, and it has become one of the most hotly debated underwater anomalies in the modern world. The formation was first discovered in 1968, just off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas. A pilot flying overhead noticed the strange pattern beneath the sea, a sort of underwater causeway, distinct from its natural surroundings. Divers soon confirmed what could be seen from the air: large, flat stone blocks, each one fitted next to the next, forming a path that extends over 800 feet. Some of the stones measure as much as 13 feet across. What makes the Bimini Road so intriguing isn't just the size or the number of the blocks, it's the way they are arranged. The stones appear to be laid out in parallel lines, with some stacked in multiple layers. Their shapes, nearly perfect rectangles and squares, suggest design. Some have even described it as looking like a harbor wall or the remains of a sunken causeway. Almost immediately, the whispers began. Was this part of a sunken city, a forgotten port, a ceremonial walkway once trod by a people long vanished? Or was it Atlantis? That word Atlantis casts a long shadow across any conversation about lost civilizations. It conjures images of domed temples, advanced sciences, and a utopian society swallowed by the sea in a single day and night. First described by Plato around 360 BCE, Atlantis was said to lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. It was powerful, prosperous, and proud, until it fell. Whether Plato's account was allegory, memory, or myth remains unknown, but the idea of Atlantis has never truly left us. In the late 1960s, just as the Bimini Road was being discovered, the connection to Atlantis was made almost instantly, and oddly enough, it wasn't a coincidence. 1 year earlier, in 1967, the famous psychic Edgar Cayce, often called the Sleeping Prophet, had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be found in Bimini, specifically off its coast, by the end of the decade. When the stone road appeared just 1 year later, believers saw it as a confirmation of prophecy. The timing was eerie, and the legend of the Bimini Road began. Cayce had spoken of a technologically advanced civilization in the Atlantic that had been destroyed around 10,000 BCE, close to the end of the last ice age, a time when sea levels were rising rapidly and coastlines were being swallowed by water. He claimed that survivors of Atlantis fled to Egypt and Central America, planting the seeds for what would become the great civilizations of the Nile and the Maya. According to Cayce, Bimini was part of that ancient world. Mainstream scientists, however, have largely dismissed these claims. Geologists argue that the Bimini Road is a natural formation, the result of a process known as beach rock fracturing. Beach rock is a type of limestone that forms when sediment is cemented by minerals in warm, shallow seas. Over time, this rock can crack and break apart along straight lines, especially in rectangular shapes. tectonic shifts and erosion can move the stones into patterns that appear man-made. From this perspective, the Bimini Road is an illusion, geology mistaken for architecture, a coincidence of time and place. But for many, this explanation feels incomplete, because when you swim along the Bimini Road, when you trace the line of the stones and run your hand across their edges, it doesn't feel like an accident. The blocks seem arranged. Their size is too consistent. Their spacing, too regular. In some areas, divers report stones that appear propped up, wedged in ways that mimic construction. In others, smaller rocks seem deliberately placed beneath larger ones, as if to support them. And then there's the issue of location. The Bahamas rest on the Bahama Banks, a shallow sea shelf that would have been exposed land during the last ice age. 12,000 years ago, when sea levels were much lower, the islands would have been larger, connected by land bridges, and home to environments very different from what we see today. If a civilization did exist back then, one advanced enough to shape stone, it would make sense for its remnants to lie where Bimini now rests. This doesn't prove anything, of course, but it opens the door to possibility. And beyond the stones themselves, there are other clues. Scattered throughout the Caribbean and the Atlantic are reports of sunken ruins, walls, roads, even what appear to be buildings, all submerged beneath shallow waters. Off the coasts of Cuba, Yucatan, and Andros Island, divers have reported strange formations that don't fit the natural landscape. Some of these have been studied, others remain unconfirmed. But the consistency of these stories suggests that Bimini is not alone. There is also the matter of the legends. Indigenous peoples throughout the Caribbean and Central America speak of a great flood, of islands that sank beneath the ocean, of ancestors who came from the sea. In Mesoamerican mythology, there is the tale of Atlan, a lost homeland in the east, across the water. In West African oral tradition, stories of sunken lands echo as well. These could be metaphors, or they could be memories, fragments of a time when coastlines looked very different, and much of the human story was washed away. Because if Atlantis, or something like it, did exist, we would expect to find only pieces, not grand temples, but hints, not monuments but patterns, a curved row of stones beneath the sea, a road to nowhere. And that's what makes Bimini so compelling, because whether natural or not, the Bimini Road sits in a perfect intersection of mystery and meaning. It gives shape to our questions. It invites the imagination to wander, and it refuses to be neatly explained. The stones are there, you can touch them, you can swim beside them, but they do not speak. They do not say who placed them, or why, or whether they were ever meant to be found. And perhaps that is the lesson of Bimini, that the past is not always buried in the ground. Sometimes it's scattered across the sea floor, in places we least expect. Sometimes it's visible from above, but unreachable below. Sometimes it hides in plain sight, masked as nature, when it may be something more. The Bimini Road is not the kind of mystery that demands an answer. It is the kind that invites reflection. Its quiet presence beneath the waves is a reminder that history is not fixed, that the world we know has changed before, and will change again, that beneath every island, there may be older stories waiting to surface. And as the tide rises and falls above the stones, and as the light shifts through the water, the Bimini Road continues to rest, patient, unchanged and calm. It asks no questions. It offers no explanations. It simply remains, and that in the end may be enough. High in the Bolivian Andes, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, where the air grows thin and the sky feels closer than the earth, rests a ruin unlike any other. The wind moves quietly over broken stones. The sun casts sharp shadows across abandoned platforms, and scattered across the plateau are massive blocks, cut, carved, and precisely shaped, each one bearing the marks of a forgotten intelligence. This is Pumapunku, one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in the world. Part of the larger Tiwanaku complex near Lake Titicaca, Pumapunku has long puzzled researchers and dreamers alike. It is a place where megaliths lie half buried in the soil. Stones weighing tens of tons are scattered as though tossed by a giant's hand. Intricately carved blocks sit side by side, their surfaces razor flat, their edges sharp, their grooves cut with precision, rarely seen even in modern construction. And yet the true mystery is not just the stones themselves, but the question that floats above them, silent and unanswered: who built this? To stand at Pumapunku is to confront a contradiction. On one hand, the site appears ancient, weathered by time, partially collapsed, half swallowed by the earth. But on the other hand, its stones suggest tools and techniques that seem far ahead of their time. Stones with interlocking joints, perfect 90-degree angles, and machine-like drill holes. Some are shaped like puzzle pieces. Others feature internal channels that seem engineered for some long-forgotten purpose. The largest stones weigh over 100 tons. They were quarried several miles away, transported over rough terrain, and set into place with stunning precision. But there's a problem. Pumapunku is traditionally dated to around 500 to 600 CE, during the peak of the Tiwanaku civilization. And yet, even by today's standards, moving and shaping such massive blocks with that level of detail would require cranes, diamond-cutting tools, or computer-aided design. None of these, of course, existed at the time, at least not according to what we know. Mainstream archaeologists believe that the builders used stone hammers, chisels, and copper tools, combined with manpower and simple engineering. But these explanations struggle to account for the clean incisions, uniform cut depths, and mirror-smooth surfaces seen across the site. No experimental reconstructions using Bronze Age tools have successfully recreated these techniques. And so, the questions grow deeper. Could Pumapunku be older than we think? Could it have been built not in 600 CE, but thousands of years earlier? Some researchers believe the Tiwanaku people inherited the site from an earlier, unknown civilization, one with knowledge lost to time. A society that understood not just how to shape stone, but how to engineer with it. Perhaps even one that predated the last great cataclysm, the global floods that ended the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago. If true, that would place Pumapunku among the oldest known constructions on Earth. And this brings us to another mystery, the H-blocks. Among the ruins are dozens of H-shaped stones, each one nearly identical. They appear to have been mass-produced, suggesting a form of standardized building practice. These blocks have grooves, ridges, and internal notches that allow them to fit together, almost like pieces of an industrial system. Some researchers have compared them to prefabricated components, far ahead of their time. They are carved from andesite, a volcanic rock harder than iron, and yet their edges are clean, their symmetry is perfect. Tool marks are absent, there is no margin for error, and scattered nearby are other stones with drill holes, circular recesses, and precision-cut slots, features that defy the presumed technological limits of ancient Andean cultures. But even if we accept that the builders were capable of extraordinary stonework, another question looms. Why build here? Pumapunku lies at extreme altitude. The surrounding region is harsh, cold at night, dry and oxygen-thin. Transporting stone here would have been enormously difficult. There are no nearby rivers, no gently sloping hills. The builders would have needed to move multi-ton blocks up steep inclines, across barren landscapes, and into place with perfect alignment. The layout of the site also raises questions. It features a series of platforms, terraces, and sunken courtyards, all arranged with astronomical precision. Some align to solstices, others point towards celestial bodies no longer visible in the same positions. It suggests a deep knowledge of the skies, perhaps even one that predates known astronomical records. All of this, the precision, the planning, the design, suggests something beyond what the textbooks tell us. Something older, something hidden. And yet, the evidence is elusive. There are no inscriptions at Pumapunku, no written language, no images of the builders, no surviving tools or blueprints. Only the stones remain, massive, silent, and strangely out of place. And perhaps that silence is part of the message. Some theorists, both mainstream and fringe, believe Pumapunku represents not just a mystery of engineering, but a lost lineage of knowledge. That the site preserves remnants of a forgotten science, one passed down through oral tradition, remembered dimly in myth, and scattered in fragments across the ancient world. Others go further. They suggest that Pumapunku may be the work of a pre-flood civilization, wiped out by global disaster, its knowledge erased by time. They point to similar mysteries at Gbekli Tepe, Baalbek, and in the submerged cities of the Amazon and India. The idea is not that these sites are connected by coincidence, but by memory. A memory of a time when humanity reached higher, saw farther, and built with purpose before the flood came. And then, as always, there is the most controversial theory of all, that Pumapunku was not built by humans alone, that it was influenced or guided by beings from elsewhere, the ancient astronaut hypothesis. While there is no physical evidence to support this, the sheer anomaly of the site keeps the door open for speculation. But whatever you choose to believe, the stones are real. They lie there still, beneath the sky, beneath the silence, beneath the gaze of time. They do not offer answers, but they do ask questions. Who built us? Why here? How? And perhaps the most important question of all, what have we forgotten? Because Pumapunku does not just challenge our history, it humbles it. It reminds us that for all our science and certainty, we still walk in the shadows of the past, that the earth holds more than fossils and ruins. It holds memory. So as you rest now, letting the wind of the high Andes pass softly through your thoughts, picture the builders, not as primitives, not as myth, but as people focused, skillful and purposeful, placing stone upon stone, measuring the sky, aligning their sacred site with stars now long moved from view. We do not know their names, but we know their hands were steady, their minds precise, their vision vast, and though their voices are gone, their work remains, cut in stone, set in silence, watching the mountains, waiting. Beneath the windswept plains of Cappadocia, in central Turkey, the earth holds a secret, silent, vast and hidden in the dark. At first glance, the region looks ordinary, rolling hills, dry valleys, ancient stone homes carved into soft volcanic rock, villages perched along dusty roads, but deep below the surface, carved into the earth itself, lies a city that was never meant to be seen from above, a city built not toward the sky, but down into the rock. This is Derinkuyu, the underground city. It is one of the most extraordinary architectural achievements ever discovered, and one of the most mysterious. Derinkuyu stretches more than 280 feet below ground. It contains at least 18 levels, some say more, yet to be uncovered. Within it are thousands of rooms, living quarters, storage chambers, kitchens, wine cellars, water wells, ventilation shafts, and even schools. There are stables for animals, meeting halls, a church, and long narrow corridors that weave and turn like a living labyrinth beneath the soil. Estimates suggest that at its height, Derinkuyu could have housed 20,000 people or more, entire families, whole communities, along with their food, tools, livestock, and water sources. And what makes it even more astounding is this: no one knows who built it, not for certain, not completely. There are theories, of course. Historians generally credit the Phrygians, an Indo-European people who lived in the region around 800 BCE. Others argue it was later modified by early Byzantines, who used it as a hiding place during invasions. But evidence suggests the city is much older. Some archaeologists believe the earliest tunnels of Derinkuyu may date back thousands of years before the Phrygians, possibly as far back as 2000 BCE or even earlier. Still others whisper of something older still, a civilization before history, a people who did not build up, but dug down, who vanished long before the first stones of Troy were set, before the first temples of Sumer rose, before the flood myths echoed across the world. Whoever they were, the builders of Derinkuyu possessed incredible skill. The stone they carved, tough, a soft volcanic ash, was easily shaped but difficult to excavate at scale. The builders created air shafts stretching stories above and below, allowing fresh air to circulate through the entire city. Wells were dug deep into the water table, ensuring clean drinking water, even when the surface was not safe. Heavy circular stone doors, weighing hundreds of pounds, could be rolled into place to seal off tunnels. These were not primitive traps. They were engineered defenses. Some passages were deliberately made narrow and tight, so that only one person could pass through at a time, making invasion difficult. Chambers were placed with care. Escape routes were hidden. The city was defensible, livable, and self-contained. It was, in every sense, a fortress beneath the earth. But the question that lingers is, why? Why would anyone go to such lengths to build a city underground? Some believe Derinkuyu was used purely as a refuge, that it was a temporary shelter from invaders, used in times of war. In this view, the city was not inhabited full-time, but occupied during raids and sieges. Others believe it served as a permanent dwelling, used to escape the harsh climate of the Anatolian plateau, where summers burn and winters freeze. But some researchers believe the truth may go deeper, much deeper. They point to the sheer scale of the city, the multi-level complexity, the massive ventilation systems, the fact that neighboring underground cities, some connected to Derinkuyu by long tunnels, exist across the entire region of Cappadocia. This wasn't one isolated shelter. It was part of a vast network, spread over miles, a subterranean world. And this leads to a more unsettling possibility. What if the builders were not hiding from human invaders? What if they were fleeing something else? Some believe Derinkuyu may have been a sanctuary from celestial catastrophe, a place to survive a sky on fire, perhaps a comet or meteor storm, perhaps intense solar radiation or atmospheric upheaval. Others suggest it was meant to shelter against massive flooding, a safe haven during the collapse of the Ice Age. The name Derinkuyu means deep well. Maybe it was exactly that, a deep place to survive something the surface could not. In ancient texts and myths, there are hints of people who lived underground. In Hindu lore, the Nagas, a race of serpent-like beings, were said to dwell in vast subterranean cities. In Native American legends, some tribes speak of ancestors who came from beneath the ground to escape destruction. Even in ancient Greek thought, there were tales of the earth opening, of cities swallowed whole, of knowledge buried deep. Could Derinkuyu be one of these places? It's impossible to say for sure. No inscriptions have been found, no bones or burial chambers, no tools left behind, only the empty halls, the carved pillars, the staircases that descend into quiet darkness. And yet, the city speaks, not in language, not in symbols, but in design, in logic, in function. It tells of a people who were deliberate, who thought in 3 dimensions, who cared for water, air, safety, and space, who built not in haste but with patience, level after level, room after room, until a world was created beneath the one we walk on. In the modern era, Derinkuyu was forgotten. Its surface entrances were hidden by time. Locals knew of small caves and tunnels, but the city itself remained buried. That is, until 1963, when a man renovating his home knocked down a wall and discovered an opening. Behind it, a hallway, then a room, then a stairway, then a city. The rediscovery of Derinkuyu was accidental, and yet it opened the door to one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of our time. Today, much of the city is still unexcavated. Only a small percentage is open to the public. The deeper levels remain unexplored. Some corridors are too narrow, others are filled with debris. Even now, no one knows how far the tunnels stretch, or how many people once lived here, or how old it truly is. But one thing is clear. The city was not a mistake. It was not random. It was not haphazard. It was planned, and like so many other ancient mysteries, from the massive stones of Baalbek, to the H-blocks of Pumapunku, to the hidden cities beneath the Amazon, Derinkuyu forces us to ask difficult questions. Have we underestimated the ancient world? What technologies, what ideas, what fears or knowledge did they carry, that we no longer understand? Because to build a city underground is not just an act of survival, it is an act of vision, of belief, of foresight. These people knew something, they lived through something, or they feared something enough to carve their lives into stone, and maybe, just maybe, they succeeded. Maybe they endured what others did not. Maybe they saw the skies fall or the waters rise, and when the surface was quiet once more, they returned. Or perhaps they never did. Derinkuyu is not Atlantis. It is not a temple. It is not a ruin of gold. It is something simpler. It is a place built to last, a place that held families and firelight, a place where laughter once echoed through stone halls, a place where people long before our time dared to make the earth itself their home. And as you rest now, drifting gently, imagine the world beneath. Imagine the flicker of torches, the rhythm of footsteps, the cool breath of air flowing through ancient vents. Imagine descending slowly, stair by stair, into silence, into a chamber carved by hands you will never know, into a time that is no longer yours, but still exists in shadow. The city remains, not dead, not lost, just hidden, and perhaps in some quiet way, still waiting. In the highlands of South America, where clouds drift low across jagged peaks and icy winds whisper over ancient stone, lies a lake unlike any other. It is vast, blue, and impossibly still, a mirror in the sky, perched more than 12,000 feet above sea level. This is Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world, straddling the borders of Bolivia and Peru. Its waters are sacred, wrapped in myth and history. Its shores are lined with ruins, stories, and whispers of civilizations long gone. But it is not just the land around the lake that holds secrets. Beneath the surface, under the cold, clear waters, rests a city, forgotten, submerged, real. This is the lost city beneath Lake Titicaca, a mystery that may be older than the Inca, older than the Tiwanaku, older than history itself. The legend of a sunken city in the lake is not new. For centuries, the indigenous peoples of the Andes have spoken of an ancient civilization drowned by water. The Quechua and Aymara peoples told of temples and roads swallowed by the lake, of golden idols resting in the deep, of a city once built by gods, now buried beneath the waves. And then in the early 2000s, these stories began to find confirmation. A team of Bolivian and international archaeologists, led by Marcelo Santos and supported by Acacor Geographical Exploring, used sonar and underwater scanning technology to examine the lake's floor. What they found stunned the world. At a depth of around 30 meters, near the Bolivian shore, they discovered a massive complex of stone structures, including walls, platforms, roads, and terraces. Some stones appeared cut and stacked. Others formed circular formations resembling ceremonial spaces. Among the ruins were fragments of ceramics, tools, and carved idols. It was not a single ruin, it was a city, submerged, intact, and undisturbed for thousands of years. Initial estimates placed the site at over 1,500 years old, possibly constructed by the Tiwanaku people. But other findings suggested a deeper mystery. Some features seemed older, more primitive, or perhaps more advanced. The site raised the possibility that the Tiwanaku had built upon something more ancient, something they inherited, not created. Because just a few miles south of the lake's shore lies Tiwanaku, one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in the Americas. Tiwanaku's great stone gateways, monoliths, and sunken temples speak of a powerful civilization that flourished long before the Inca. But Tiwanaku itself appears to have been built in layers, each one older, stranger, and more mysterious than the last. And if Tiwanaku was once a highland capital, perhaps the city beneath Lake Titicaca was its twin, its port, its spiritual counterpart, or its origin. The locals have a name for the city. They call it Wanaku. According to some oral traditions, it was the birthplace of their gods. A place where the first people emerged, a place where the sun was born. In Incan mythology, the creator god Viracocha rose from the waters of Lake Titicaca to create the world. He formed the sun, the moon, and the first humans. The lake was sacred, a portal between worlds, a gateway to the divine. Could this mythology be a memory of a real city, a city that was lost, not to time, but to water? Lake Titicaca is a geological anomaly. It sits high above sea level, yet its shores are ringed with marine fossils, suggesting it was once connected to a much larger body of water. In the distant past, the region experienced extreme flooding, seismic activity, and climate shifts. Some scientists believe the lake once fluctuated dramatically, rising hundreds of feet, flooding entire valleys. And if that is true, then perhaps the city beneath its waters did not sink slowly, but was overwhelmed in a single catastrophic event. A flood. A deluge, a pre-flood civilization, lost in a day. The construction of the underwater city suggests planning. The blocks were quarried from local stone, cut and laid in formations. Some were transported across long distances, others appear shaped with tools now lost. And yet the lake's depth and cold temperatures have preserved them quietly beneath the waves. Divers exploring the site have reported a profound stillness, an eerie silence that blankets the ruins. The sensation of moving through streets once alive with movement, now frozen in time. Many have described the feeling as stepping into a memory, a forgotten echo. What makes the story even more compelling is how little we truly know. The site has not been fully excavated. Funding is limited. Political challenges in the region have slowed research, and the lake itself guards its secrets well. Visibility is poor, currents shift, and with every storm, silt and sediment cover what little has been revealed. But the mystery remains. What happened to the people who built this city? Were they the Tiwanaku, or someone older, Could they have possessed knowledge now lost of stonework, of astronomy, of water management? Some researchers believe the city may have functioned as a ceremonial site, others suggest it was a center of trade or governance. But there are those who propose something more unusual, that the city beneath Lake Titicaca was not just a place of living, but a place of refuge. A city built near, or even beneath the water to survive what came from above. Stories across the Andes speak of a sky that turned dark, of fire that fell, of a time when the gods punished the earth. Perhaps these are just myths, or perhaps they are memories of a comet, a solar flare, a cataclysm we no longer remember. If a people had reason to believe the world was ending, building near a freshwater source, deep, cold and high above sea level, might have seemed wise. The lake offered food, water and shelter, and in its depths, protection. But eventually, the waters rose, or the earth shifted, and the city fell beneath. And now it sleeps there, in the cold blue quiet of Lake Titicaca, waiting. Like so many other lost places, the Bimini Road, Yonaguni, the Gulf of Cambay, this city exists in a strange in-between space. It is real, but not fully understood. It is documented, but not fully explained. It lies between legend and fact, between memory and oblivion. We do not know its name. We do not know its purpose, but we know this: it was built, it was lived in, and it was lost, and in its loss, it became something more. It became a story, a silence, a possibility. And perhaps that is its true purpose now. To remind us that we are not the beginning, that we are walking on a surface beneath which lie layers of time, layers of memory, layers of life. That beneath the stillness of lakes and deserts and forests there are cities waiting to be found. And perhaps one day, the waters will recede, and the stones will rise again, and what was lost will return. But for now, the city beneath Lake Titicaca remains undisturbed, cradled in the arms of the mountains, guarded by the cold, and kept alive. Not in history books, but in whispers, and in the stillness of the night, as you listen. If you listen closely, you can almost hear it. The echo of footsteps on stone, the murmur of voices long gone, the soft ripple of water over carved walls, a city beneath a mirror of sky, unseen, unheard, but never truly gone. High in the mist-covered hills of West Java, Indonesia, there is a place where the jungle breathes around ancient stone, a place where time feels thin and the earth itself seems to guard a secret. It does not rise like a mountain or stretch like a fortress. It waits, low, humble, and cloaked in green. This is Gunung Padang, a name that means mountain of enlightenment. But it is not just a mountain, it is not even just a site of ruins. It is something far stranger, far older, and according to some, something that could rewrite the history of human civilization itself. Gunung Padang first came to international attention in the 1980s, when archaeologists recognized that the hill was not entirely natural. At its summit were hundreds of volcanic basalt columns, arranged into terraces and pathways. Some were stacked, others stood upright like sentinels. It was clearly a megalithic site, but it wasn't until the 2010 says that deeper investigations began, and with them controversy. A team led by Dr. Danny Hilman Nutawijaya, a geologist with Indonesia's Geotechnology Center, conducted core drilling and ground-penetrating radar scans. What they found sent shockwaves through both the scientific community and the broader world of ancient mysteries. Beneath the visible terraces was layer after layer of stone. Some of these layers extended tens of meters deep, far below what had previously been explored. Carbon dating of organic material between the stones suggested some of these buried structures were as old as 20,000 to 24,000 years. This would place Gunung Padang thousands of years before the rise of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even Gbekli Tepe. If accurate, it would be the oldest pyramid on Earth by far. But unlike Egypt's pyramids, Gunung Padang is built from basalt, not cut into neat blocks, but formed into interlocking hexagonal columns by volcanic processes. The builders didn't carve these columns, they selected, transported, and arranged them with astonishing precision. At the surface, the site resembles a stepped terrace complex, 5 main levels in all, each with stone arrangements that suggest ritual use. Some stones form doorways, others are aligned in grids. Certain stones appear to vibrate when struck, which has led some researchers to propose that the site may have been used in sound-based ceremonies. But deeper down, beneath the earth, beneath the layers of vegetation and time, are structures that seem engineered. Chambers, cavities, retaining walls, features that do not occur naturally. They suggest planning, intent, knowledge. And here lies the mystery: who were the builders? The mainstream academic view is cautious. Many researchers argue that the site is simply a natural formation, modified and used during the last few thousand years by local people. Some suggest that the earlier carbon dates may reflect older organic material that naturally settled between younger stones, but Dr. Natawidjar and his team believe otherwise. They argue that Gunung Padang is a man-made pyramid, constructed in phases over tens of thousands of years. If that's true, then the earliest phase, deepest underground, dates back to a time when humans were still believed to be primitive hunter-gatherers, not builders, not engineers, not capable of monument construction. And that's where Gunung Padang becomes more than a site. It becomes a challenge, a quiet defiance against everything we thought we knew. Because if humans, or something like humans, were building pyramids in Indonesia 20,000 years ago, then history must be rewritten, civilizations must be reimagined, and the timeline of human development must shift. It would mean that advanced societies existed before the end of the last ice age, before agriculture, before the flood myths. The timing is compelling. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth experienced a sudden cooling event known as the Younger Dryas, a sharp return to glacial conditions that many believe was caused by a cosmic impact or some other catastrophic event. Sea levels rose, landscapes changed, and many ancient settlements were submerged or erased. If Gunung Padang predates this event, it may have been a survivor, a relic from a civilization that endured and rebuilt, or from one that vanished completely. That idea resonates with myths from around the world. Stories of golden ages and ancient kings, of towers that touched the sky, of knowledge lost to the flood. In Java itself, local legends speak of a powerful ancient kingdom that was destroyed by water and fire. The ruins of Gunung Padang, some say, are all that remain. But what would such a civilization have looked like? It is difficult to imagine. The evidence is fragmentary. There are no written records, no inscriptions, just stone, layered stone, silent stone, and yet some clues persist. The arrangement of basalt pillars at Gunung Padang suggests a kind of sacred geometry, alignments to the sun, the mountains, and possibly even to celestial events. The entire complex may have functioned as a temple, a calendar, or a resonant structure, a place where sound, sky, and stone converged. Some of the underground scans reveal cavities that may be chambers. Others show what appear to be steps leading into the earth. Dr. Natawidjar believes that beneath the surface lies an ancient burial or ritual space, perhaps even a tomb of someone significant. But so far, full excavation has not been permitted. Controversy has surrounded the project. Critics claim the findings are overstated, the dates uncertain, and the interpretations speculative. Supporters argue that conventional archaeology resists change, clinging to outdated timelines and dismissing evidence that doesn't fit. In this tension, Gunung Padang sits quietly, waiting for someone to dig deeper, to confirm, to disprove, to remember, because even if the deepest layers are not man-made, the site is still remarkable. The visible terraces alone represent a significant feat of construction, especially given their remote location. The effort to move and place basalt columns, some weighing over 500 kilograms, across difficult terrain speaks of determination, purpose, vision, and the broader landscape hints at even more. Gunung Padang is not alone. All across the Indonesian archipelago, there are megalithic sites, stone alignments, and mound structures that remain unexplored. Some may be burial sites, others astronomical observatories, still others remnants of a forgotten architecture. What connects them is silence, because history, when buried deep enough, becomes quiet, but not gone. And so when the wind stirs the grass at the summit of Gunung Padang, when the rain drips slowly between moss-covered stones, something lingers. Not just age, not just ruin, but presence. The presence of hands that shaped stone, of eyes that watched the stars, of minds that dreamed in basalt and light. We do not know what they believed, or what gods they called upon, or what fears led them to bury their knowledge so deep. But we know this: Gunung Padang was not a whim. It was not an accident. It was a statement made in stone across time. And whether it is 4,000 years old, or 20,000, it waits still, a staircase to the past, a puzzle half solved, a whisper at the edge of the known. And as we close this part of the journey, we leave behind the jungled hill and its layered heart, but we do not forget it. Because beneath every hill, beneath every myth, beneath every silence, there may lie a memory of something older, something true, and Gunung Padang may be the key. In the dry, golden sands of southern Egypt, just west of the Nile's flowing path, lies the sacred city of Abydos, an ancient center of pilgrimage and myth. Known as one of the oldest and most significant burial sites in Egypt, Abydos is home to temples, tombs, and inscriptions that stretch deep into the past. But tucked behind one of its most iconic structures, the Temple of Seti I, rests something far stranger, something that doesn't quite fit. It is called the Osirian, and to this day, it remains one of Egypt's most enigmatic and debated constructions. Discovered in the early 20th century, the Osirian wasn't visible at all from the surface. It was hidden beneath layers of sand and time. Its roof collapsed, its chambers sunken into the ground. Only through excavation did it emerge, an underground structure of massive stone blocks, arranged in a style unlike anything surrounding it. It is not the size of the Osirian that startles visitors, though it is certainly grand. It is the style. The Osirian looks older than the Temple of Seti I, much older. Its blocks are colossal, cut from red granite, and joined without mortar. Some weigh as much as 50 to 60 tons, and they are arranged in a pattern that suggests extreme skill and planning. Smooth, weathered, and deeply cut, these stones resemble the megalithic constructions seen not just in ancient Egypt, but in places like Pumapunku, Baalbek, and Sacsayhuaman. And that's where the puzzle begins. The Temple of Seti I, built during the 19th dynasty, around 1290 BCE, is ornate, refined, and inscribed with hieroglyphs. Its walls are filled with reliefs and records of kings, but the Osirian, which lies just behind and beneath it, is completely different. It is stark, undecorated, and devoid of inscriptions. There is no mention of its construction in Seti's temple, no plans, no records, no tribute. It simply exists. Out of place, out of time. So who built it? Mainstream Egyptologists generally attribute the Osirian to Seti I himself, suggesting it was a symbolic tomb dedicated to the god Osiris, lord of the underworld. The logic is simple: because it lies next to Seti's temple, it must be part of it. But there's a problem with that reasoning. Several problems, actually. First, the construction style is completely different. While Seti's temple uses limestone and detailed carvings, the Osirian is made from unadorned granite in the megalithic style, a style that is much more primitive, yet somehow more impressive in terms of sheer scale. Second, the ground level of the Osirian is far lower than that of the surrounding structures, suggesting it predates the entire Seti complex. Seti's temple had to be built above it, an architectural decision that makes little sense if Seti himself had built both. And third, there is the water. The Osirian is partially submerged. Groundwater seeps up from below, filling its central chamber. Even today, it is often flooded. If the water table has remained fairly consistent, and geological evidence suggests it has, then the builders of the Osirian would have known this. And yet they built it anyway, deep underground, where it would soon flood. Was it deliberate? Some have suggested that the Osirian was not just a temple, but a ritual well, a place where the waters of the underworld rose up to meet the living, a chamber of rebirth, aligned with the myth of Osiris, who was killed, dismembered, and resurrected from the depths. But even if the symbolism fits, the question remains: how old is the Osirian really? Some researchers argue that it is pre-dynastic, dating back long before the first kings of Egypt. Others believe it was part of a forgotten civilization, one wiped away by the rising waters of ancient floods. Its megalithic style is far more consistent with sites that date back 10,000 to 12,000 years, long before the unification of Egypt. Graham Hancock, Robert Schoch, and other proponents of ancient advanced civilizations have pointed to the Osirian as a clear example of cataclysmic memory, a remnant of a society that once thrived before being buried by time and sand. The idea is not just speculation. It draws upon geological evidence, erosion patterns, and a growing number of sites, like Gbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang, that seem to push back the timeline of complex human achievement. Could the Osirian be one of these sites? One of the most compelling aspects of the Osirian is its simplicity. There is no writing on the stones, no decoration, no pharaoh's name. It is raw architecture, built to endure. built not for show, but for function. The central chamber features a series of massive granite pillars surrounding a rectangular pool. The design suggests a form of symbolic rebirth, perhaps tied to astronomical alignments or the flooding of the Nile. Some believe the chamber was used for initiation rituals, journeys into darkness and water, followed by symbolic resurrection. In this theory, the Assyrian wasn't a tomb, it was a gateway, a portal through which one passed from ignorance to wisdom, from death to life. And it wasn't meant to be understood by the people of Seti's time, it was already ancient by then. Interestingly, ancient Egyptian texts themselves hint at this possibility. In the lists of kings, certain rulers are referred to as Shemsu Hall, the followers of Horus. These mysterious kings are said to have ruled Egypt before the first dynasties, in a time that blends myth with history. The period is called Gbekli Tepe, the first time, a golden age when the gods walked among men. Mainstream scholars view Gbekli Tepe as mythology, but what if it contains a kernel of truth? What if the Assyrian was built not in Seti's time, but during or even before this forgotten era? It's a question that whispers through the walls of the Assyrian, a question no one can quite answer. Adding to the mystery are the nearby flower of life symbols, perfect overlapping circles, etched into the columns of the Assyrian. Though their origin is debated, they resemble sacred geometry found across the world, from Chinese temples to Leonardo da Vinci's sketches. Their precision is startling, their meaning obscure. Were they added later, or are they part of the original design? If the Assyrian was a center of sacred geometry, ritual, and rebirth, then it might have been a spiritual engine, a place where architecture became metaphysics, a bridge between worlds. And if that's the case, then perhaps the reason it feels out of time is because it was never meant to belong to a single age. It was built for the ages. Seti may have simply rediscovered it. Inspired by its presence, he may have constructed his own temple nearby, dedicated to the god whose myth the Assyrian already embodied. This idea of Seti building next to a relic explains the contrast in styles, levels, and materials. It explains the absence of decoration, and it explains why no pharaoh ever claimed to have built it, because none of them did. As we drift now into stillness, let the image of the Assyrian settle into your mind. The cool, dark chamber, the still waters, the towering granite blocks. There are no lights here, no hieroglyphs, only shadows and the sound of your breath echoing softly off the stone. This is a place meant to be felt, not explained. A place where silence is the only true language. A place that, like so many others in this journey, asks not for answers, but for wonder. Because whether it was built 3,000 years ago, or 13,000, the Assyrian remains. It has endured floods, invasions, and time itself. And even now, beneath the Egyptian sun, it waits. A monument not just to the past, but to the possibility that our history runs deeper than we know. That before the known, there was the forgotten. And before the forgotten, something else. Something that still breathes beneath the stone. Between the southern coast of India and the northern edge of Sri Lanka lies a curious chain of limestone shoals, sandbars, and submerged ridges that stretches across the shallow waters of the Polk Strait. At first glance, it may look like a natural feature, a quirky result of tides and shifting sands. But look again, and what emerges is something far more deliberate, something straighter than nature typically draws. Something so old, so precisely arranged, and so deeply embedded in legend that its very existence continues to blur the line between myth and reality. This formation is known as Adam's Bridge, but in the older tongue of myth and memory, it is called Rama's Bridge or Rama Setu. And for centuries, people have wondered, was this simply a quirk of geology, or was it built, long, long ago, by hands now forgotten? The story begins not with science, but with epic. In the ancient Hindu text Ramayana, dated by scholars anywhere from 500 BCE to thousands of years earlier, the prince and warrior Rama must rescue his kidnapped wife, Sita, from the clutches of the demon king Ravana, who has taken her to the island fortress of Lanka. To reach her, Rama's army of Vanaras, mythical beings often depicted as monkey-like humanoids, constructs a colossal bridge from the tip of India to Lanka, spanning the sea. They build it in just 5 days, using trees, rocks, and mountains. Some stones, blessed by Rama's name, are said to have floated. This is no obscure legend. In India and Sri Lanka, the the tale of Rama's bridge is living heritage, woven into temples, festivals, and maps. But outside the poetic verses, what gives this story its strange staying power is the bridge itself. Because it's real, it exists, you can see it. If you fly over the strait on a clear day, you'll see a narrow stretch of raised land just beneath the surface of the water, linking the two coasts almost like a causeway. Satellite images have confirmed its presence, a 30-kilometer line of shoals running from Dhanushkodi in India to Mannar Island in Sri Lanka. Its route is remarkably straight, unnaturally so, and the stones and sands that make it up appear to have been deliberately placed in many sections. For centuries, travelers and locals alike believed the bridge to be man-made. Some old maps label it as such. European cartographers in the 18th century referred to it as Adam's Bridge, tying it to Islamic tradition, which held that the biblical Adam had crossed the structure after being cast down from paradise. But regardless of the name, the belief that it was built, not simply formed, has persisted for generations. So what does science say? Officially, most geologists classify Adam's Bridge as a natural formation, a result of sand deposition, coral reefs, and limestone shoals shaped over time by ocean currents. It lies in a shallow sea, and the water between the chain is often less than 1 meter deep. It's possible, they say, that ancient land bridges once connected India and Sri Lanka, and this is all that remains. But others are not so convinced. In 2002, satellite imagery taken by NASA's Landsat program caught the attention of researchers around the world. The images revealed the continuity and uniformity of the bridge, sparking renewed debate. Some geologists admitted that certain segments appeared artificially aligned, unlike the jagged, irregular patterns typical of natural shoals. The sheer straightness of the formation, its even spacing, and its sudden connection between two coastlines raised eyebrows. Further studies have suggested that the structure could be as old as 7,000 years, or even older. Some samples taken from nearby areas have returned dates of over 12,000 years, a timeline that, if verified, would place its origins well before any known civilization in the region. And here, the story deepens. Because if this bridge is indeed man-made, or even just man-altered, then it was constructed at a time when, according to conventional archaeology, there should have been no civilization capable of doing such a thing. No organized labor force, no engineering knowledge, no tools advanced enough to build a 30-kilometer causeway through ocean waters. And yet, it's there. Some theories suggest that the region may have once been above sea level, forming a land bridge that was later submerged by rising oceans after the last ice age. Around 10,000 years ago, massive glaciers melted, raising sea levels and swallowing coastlines. If people lived there before the flood, perhaps they built upon the natural ridge, reinforcing and shaping it into a passable route. Some accounts suggest that remnants of ancient ports and stone anchors have been found in the area, though their dating and interpretation remain controversial. Supporters of the pre-flood civilization hypothesis see Adam's Bridge as a key piece of evidence, not just of a lost culture in South Asia, but of a global pattern of megalithic works, strange alignments, and monumental efforts that stretch back beyond recorded history. And in this framework, Rama's bridge becomes more than myth. It becomes memory. Consider this. Across the world, ancient cultures speak of a great flood, of civilizations drowned, of gods and heroes who once walked among mortals. The Mesopotamians had Gilgamesh, the Greeks had Deucalion, the Hebrews had Noah, and the Indians had Manu, whose story mirrors the others closely. In each, a deluge swallows the world, sparing only a chosen few. Could Rama's bridge be a relic from just before that deluge? Some believe so. They argue that the story of the Ramayana may encode real events, distorted and mythologized over time. Perhaps Rama was not a deity, but a king, a leader whose deeds were exaggerated into legend. Perhaps his bridge was a desperate effort to cross to a now submerged island, a feat so extraordinary that it became sacred. Others point to the bridge's symbolism. It is a passage from one world to another, from the human realm to the demonic, from the mundane to the divine. It is a threshold, not just of geography, but of meaning. Whether built or formed, it represents a journey, a link, a connection that defies separation. And maybe that's the true reason it endures, because even now, the bridge is a source of both faith and controversy. In recent decades, there have been debates over whether to dredge or develop the area to improve shipping lanes. But opposition has been strong, from religious groups, historians, and environmentalists. For many, the bridge is not just stone and sand, it is sacred, a physical reminder of stories passed down for thousands of years. There have even been expeditions to try to determine its exact origin. One underwater survey claimed to find layers of stone beneath the sand that appeared to be quarried, not naturally occurring. Another found unusual patterns of coral growth that suggested the coral had formed on top of something older, something not native to the sea. Still, no single study has settled the debate. What remains is a mystery, a bridge that both connects and divides, that asks questions science cannot easily answer. And that myth has already filled with meaning. Perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. Because when you look at Rama's bridge, what you see depends on what you believe. Some see geology, others see architecture, some see a tale of gods and demons, and others a whisper from a world before ours. Before dynasties, before records, before the sea swallowed the earth's edges. And maybe that's what makes it so perfect for this journey we're on. This slow drifting search through the unexplained. Because Adam's bridge, or Rama's bridge, isn't just about what lies beneath the water. It's about what lies beneath the stories, beneath the facts, beneath the layers of time. It's about what we choose to remember, and what we've already forgotten. So let your breath slow now. Let the waves of the Indian Ocean drift softly in your ears. And imagine standing on that ancient bridge, real or imagined, feeling the wind rise, the stones firm beneath your feet, and the water lapping gently at the sides. On one end, the shores of India. On the other, the island of Lanka. And in between, a span of time so deep and strange it humbles even the most certain mind. It may not matter whether Rama built it. It may not matter whether the Vanaras placed each stone, because the bridge remains. Long after the storytellers are gone, long after the maps are redrawn, it remains, waiting perhaps for someone to remember why it was built at all. Beneath the quiet town of Paola in Malta lies something old, so old in fact, that even the people who study ancient things can only whisper guesses about its origin. A place carved not into legend, but into stone, hidden beneath the surface of a modern world, as if deliberately buried away from memory. Its halls are dark, its chambers are silent, but the mystery of who made them, and why, echoes still. This is the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni. From the outside, nothing hints at what lies below. Just a plain building nestled among others on a narrow Maltese street. No grand gate, no monumental staircase, but descend through the entrance, and you enter a realm unlike any other, a labyrinth of chambers, tunnels, and sacred spaces, all carved meticulously into solid limestone. Not built with bricks, not stacked with stones, but hollowed out, layer by layer, using tools whose marks still remain in the walls. And it was done over 5,000 years ago, possibly longer. Even with today's technology, replicating the Hypogeum would be a challenge. Yet someone did it in the Neolithic era, before the wheel had arrived on the island, before metal tools were common. They carved an entire underground temple complex by hand, creating 3 levels of passageways, curved ceilings, acoustic rooms, ritual altars, and burial chambers. Every corner speaks of intention, of design, of knowledge not lost but forgotten. So how did it come to be? The story begins by accident, as so many great discoveries do. In 1902, workers digging to build foundations for a new housing complex broke into a dark chamber underground. At first they thought little of it, just an old cave, but soon more rooms appeared. Then others. Within days it became clear, this was no cave. This was a temple, a necropolis, a hidden city of the dead, and someone long before modern Malta had created it. Archaeologists flooded in, and what they found defied expectations. Over 7,000 human skeletons were discovered in the Hypogeum's depths, many of them stacked in niches carved into the walls. Some rooms contained offerings, beads, shells, and pottery, but others were empty, their purpose unclear. One chamber, now called the Oracle Room, was unlike any other. Stand inside it and speak, and your voice resonates. The room is carved with such acoustic precision that even a soft whisper bounces and lingers in strange harmonic tones. Male voices in particular create a low-frequency vibration that travels through the Hypogeum like a living hum. Some researchers believe this was intentional, a way to induce trance-like states during rituals. Others wonder if the resonance had a symbolic purpose, connecting the living to the dead through sound. Modern acoustic engineers have tested it. Frequencies between 90 and 120 Hz produce unusual standing waves in the chamber, tones that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The effect is physical, meditative. Some say overwhelming. How could Neolithic people have understood this? Was it trial and error? Was it chance? Or was there a deeper knowledge, an understanding we've lost? And that is only one part of the mystery. Because the Hypogeum wasn't just carved well, it was carved with geometry. Many rooms are laid out with symmetry. Doorways align with sightlines. Light from above reaches certain chambers at precise angles, and the layout mimics the design of above-ground temples found elsewhere on the island, such as Egantija and Tarxene. Structures also shrouded in mystery, made with stones weighing tons, aligned with celestial events. But the Hypogeum took it one step further. It went beneath, and not just a little. The complex reaches 3 levels deep. The first level is close to the surface, and has wide chambers and altars. The second level is darker, tighter, filled with burial niches and small side rooms. The third level, the deepest, is the most mysterious. Almost completely empty. No bones, no offerings, no decorations, just silence. And it seems to have been abandoned early on, as if meant for something that never came to pass. Who were the people who built this? No written records remain, no names, no known kings or queens, just echoes. What we do know is this: around 4000 BCE, Malta was home to a temple-building culture unlike any other in Europe. They built some of the oldest freestanding structures in the world. They decorated their walls with spirals, dots, and animal carvings. They practiced burial rituals, left behind goddess figurines, and disappeared around 2500 BCE, just before the Bronze Age arrived. And yet, in all their ruins, none compare to the Hypogeum. Some believe it was a sacred initiation site, a place where the dead were honored, but also where the living underwent rituals of transformation. Others think it was designed as a resonance chamber, used for healing or altered states of consciousness. A few researchers suggest it was built in stages, over centuries, each generation adding to the mystery, but never fully understanding the original intent. But there are stranger theories too. In the early 20th century, stories began to emerge from those who first explored the site. One particularly persistent tale involves a school group that entered the lower levels of the Hypogeum and never came back. Another tells of explorers hearing chanting from the depths, long after the rooms had been cleared and closed, of shadows that moved where no light could reach, of shapes in the dark. More curiously still, certain skulls recovered from the Hypogeum, now kept in the Museum of Archaeology, were described in early reports as elongated, with unusual cranial features. Some suggested they had no cranial sutures, no visible lines where the skull plates met. Others appeared to have large eye sockets, raising speculation of genetic anomalies, or something even stranger. The skulls have since been removed from public view. The official explanation is that they were natural variations or misidentified. But the whispers remain. Was the Hypogeum merely a burial site? Or was it part of something older? Something that predates even the known temple builders of Malta? If so, it could mean the structure was reused, repurposed by later people who no longer knew its full meaning. Just as Roman temples were built over pagan shrines, perhaps Malta's Neolithic culture built on top of something they had found. Some theorists connect the Hypogeum to the myth of Atlantis, noting that Plato described an advanced civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Could the temple culture of Malta be a surviving fragment? A remnant of a lost world pushed into the Mediterranean by rising seas? The very name Hypogeum means under the earth. A fitting title for something that feels less like a monument and more like a memory, not just of the dead, but of a time when the line between life and afterlife, between sound and silence, was thinner. And in that darkness, it is easy to imagine, to picture flickering torches casting shadows on the walls, chants echoing through the halls. A procession of figures, cloaked in ritual, descending deeper and deeper into the belly of the world, perhaps seeking guidance, perhaps saying farewell, or perhaps returning to something forgotten. Even today, the Hypogeum remains one of the most restricted archaeological sites in the world. Visitor numbers are tightly controlled. No photography is allowed. The air is kept carefully measured, the environment protected from change. Because even after all these centuries, the structure is delicate, ancient, waiting. Its secrets remain beneath layers of stone, time, and silence. Some believe it holds answers not just about Malta, but about human origins, about how much was lost in the distant past, about what civilizations may have known before the flood, myths that ripple across the globe. The Hypogeum doesn't offer those answers in clear inscriptions or dramatic artifacts. Instead, it offers silence, shapes, patterns, a hum in the dark that you can feel in your chest if you stand in the right place and breathe just right. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps what it teaches isn't in the facts, but in the feeling of walking into a world so old that time itself seems to bend. The feeling that someone somewhere knew something we no longer do. The feeling that beneath the surface of our neatly written history is a deeper story, still being whispered by the stone. So close your eyes now. Let the limestone walls of the Hypogeum surround you. Let the hum of ancient sound wash over you like a dream. You are not above the earth now. You are below, in a place made not for the eyes but for the spirit. A place carved not with tools alone, but with meaning. This is the realm of those who came before, those who reached inward instead of upward, who carved their temples into silence instead of sky. And whatever they left behind, it is still here, waiting quietly beneath the dust of time, waiting to be remembered. The sea is a quiet thief. It does not rage as fire does. It does not collapse as earth might. It comes slowly, sometimes in inches, sometimes in silence, and it takes what it wants without leaving ash or ruin. Beneath its still blue surface, entire worlds may sleep, forgotten harbors, sunken temples, villages once filled with voices now swallowed by salt, and in one part of the world, along the edge of Europe and Asia, there is a sea that may have done just that. The Black Sea, calm now, quiet, ringed by modern cities, fishing boats, and shipping lanes. But deep beneath its surface lies a memory of something sudden, something vast, something that may have changed the course of human history. It's called the Black Sea Deluge hypothesis, and it begins with a flood. Thousands of years ago, around the end of the last ice age, the world's climate was shifting, glaciers were melting, oceans were rising, and across the continents, coastlines were changing, slowly creeping inland with every passing year. But then, according to some researchers, a tipping point was reached. The Black Sea at that time was not a sea at all. It was a freshwater lake, isolated from the Mediterranean by a narrow land barrier near modern-day Turkey. Around its shores were fertile plains and river-fed deltas, a haven for early human communities, fishing, farming, living, until the moment the sea came. According to the hypothesis proposed by geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman in the late 1990s, around 5600 BCE, rising Mediterranean waters finally breached the natural dam at the Bosporus. What followed wasn't just a gentle spill, it was a catastrophic deluge. Seawater surged in at an estimated 200 times the volume of Niagara Falls, day after day, week after week. A massive waterfall pouring into the lake basin, raising the water level by hundreds of feet. The shoreline receded violently, everything in its path, villages, farms, temples, graves, vanished beneath the flood. The peaceful freshwater lake became the brackish, vast Black Sea we know today, and the people, some fled, others likely perished. But what they left behind is gone, buried in silt and silence, at the bottom of a sea that should not have existed. But there is more to this story, because it's not just a geological event, it may be the echo of something much older, a memory passed down in myth. A flood that comes not just in sediment, but in stories. The Epic of Gilgamesh, from ancient Mesopotamia, tells of a flood that covered the earth, sending a man named Utnapishtim to build a boat and preserve life. The biblical book of Genesis tells of Noah, warned by God to build an ark as waters rise to cleanse the world. Hindu scriptures speak of Manu, who is saved from a deluge by a divine fish. Greek mythology tells of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the only survivors of a great flood sent by Zeus. Across cultures, across continents, the same tale. Could they all be remembering this? The Black Sea Deluge hypothesis suggests they might, that the sudden flooding of a once inhabited basin could have been so traumatic, so widespread that its memory traveled through generations, through oral traditions, through symbols and songs, eventually becoming the universal myth of the Great Flood. But what about the civilizations themselves? This is where the story grows even quieter, because the flood left little behind. Archaeologists exploring the Black Sea floor have found evidence of drowned riverbeds, buried shorelines, and even what appear to be the remains of structures, walls, foundations, perhaps dwellings, now 300 feet underwater. In 2000, marine archaeologist Robert Ballard, the same explorer who found the Titanic, discovered what looked like human-made artifacts off the Turkish coast, including tools and evidence of once dry land. The dating was striking. Some of the materials recovered dated to around 5000 BCE, just after the supposed flood. And just like that, the theory gained weight. Here were ruins, not in myth, but in mud, real, tangible, out of reach, but not out of time. And the theory gained another thread. Because if the Black Sea basin was home to early settlements, if it was indeed a cradle of pre-flood civilization, then its flooding could have displaced entire peoples. And displaced people don't vanish. They move, they migrate, and they carry their stories, their knowledge, and their symbols with them. Some believe that the flood forced these early communities to scatter, south into Mesopotamia, west into Europe, and north into the steppes. Along the way, they may have seeded the growth of new cultures, passed down old knowledge, stories of what once was, myths of the flood they endured. This idea, called the cultural diffusion model, suggests that the echoes of the Black Sea disaster ripple not only through geology, but through language, symbolism, and technology. That megalithic sites in distant lands, flood myths in distant tongues, and sky maps carved into stone may all be flickers of the same forgotten spark. So what did they lose? That is the haunting part. Because if the Black Sea flood did happen as theorized, if it swallowed whole settlements and pushed a people into diaspora, then much of what they knew, believed, and built is gone. We will not find their libraries. Their temples are mud. Their names are silent. But here and there, faint clues remain. In the tools found deep beneath the waves. In the sudden shift in pottery styles in Neolithic Europe. In the strange similarities between symbols carved in rock from the Danube to the Levant. In the sudden emergence of complex agriculture, writing, and urban planning in places that should have still been primitive. It's as though something jump-started civilization. Not a miracle, not aliens, but survivors, people carrying fragments of a lost world, people who remembered what the flood erased. And if that is true, then the Black Sea is more than a sea. It is a graveyard, a place where an early chapter of human history lies waiting, too deep to reach, too old to remember clearly, but not too far gone to wonder. But not everyone agrees. Some geologists argue that the Black Sea did flood, but far more gradually, that the Mediterranean seeped in over centuries, not weeks, that the changes, while real, were slow enough for people to adapt. Others question whether there were even settlements around the lake before the water rose. They point to a lack of widespread ruins or consistent artifact layers. But even these skeptics admit, something happened. Whether it was a catastrophic event or a slow drowning, the geography changed, the sea came, and the people around it were never the same. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the flood myths we know are less about the size of the wave and more about the depth of the memory. A memory not just of water, but of loss. Of watching everything familiar vanish beneath something vast and unknowable. Of surviving, and trying to make sense of what survived with you. Let your thoughts drift now. Imagine standing on the shores of that ancient lake, birds in the reeds, crops growing by the water's edge, small homes with fire pits and woven roofs. And then without warning, the horizon changes. A roar in the distance, a pull in the air, a wall of water racing toward you faster than you can run. You don't have words for it. You've never seen the sea, but you know what it means. And someday your descendants will tell the story, not with maps, not with facts, but with myth, with warning, with awe, a world washed away. So now as the waves settle and time moves forward, we are left with this: the Black Sea is a still and silent reminder. Its surface serene, its past submerged, and at its bottom, Maybe, just maybe, there sleeps the memory of the first flood that shaped the world. High upon the windswept plains of Bolivia, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, where the air grows thin and the sky stretches wide, there lies a place shrouded in stillness and stone. It is ancient, remote, cold in the morning, and golden by dusk. And in this place, the ruins of a lost city wait. Its name is Tiwanaku, or Tiwanaku, a site whispered about in quiet corners of archaeology and spoken of with reverence by the Andean peoples who remember. Though much of it is broken, buried, or scattered, what remains points to something greater, something older, something that should not have existed when it did. For it is here, in this remote Andean basin, that we find massive carved stones weighing up to 100 tons, blocks so precisely cut they fit together without mortar, monumental gateways etched with iconography too complex for their supposed time, and perhaps most strangely of all, a deep and persistent connection to the sky, to the sun, to the stars, to celestial events that guided something more than just agriculture. It guided meaning. Let us settle in and walk through the stones, not with our feet, but with our mind. Let the noise fall away, and picture a city now silent, but once filled with knowledge that may have come from another age. Tiwanaku sits near the southeastern edge of Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world. Today it's a quiet ruin, scattered columns, collapsed temples, and half-buried platforms. But to the Inca, and to cultures before them, this was no mere city. It was the center of the world, the birthplace of their gods. In myth, it is said that the creator deity Viracocha emerged from the waters of the lake and brought light to a darkened world. From here he fashioned the sun, the moon, and humanity itself. And then, turning toward the rising sun, he walked away, leaving behind the great temples of Tiwanaku as witness to the sky. But who built this place? Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku's peak to around 400 to 1000 AD, crediting its structures to the Tiwanaku culture, a pre-Incan society that thrived in the Andes before vanishing without a clear reason. But others argue, quietly, and often without full acceptance, that some parts of the site are far older, that the megalithic foundations, especially the most finely cut blocks, may predate the Tiwanaku entirely. And here is where the mystery begins. The Akapana Pyramid, now heavily eroded, was once a stepped platform with complex water channels running through its core, channels designed not merely for drainage, but perhaps for ritual or symbolic purpose. The Pumapunku complex, nearby, is even stranger. It contains some of the most precise stonework ever seen in the ancient world, including H-shaped blocks with grooves and joints carved with uncanny accuracy. These interlocking forms suggest a level of engineering not expected in a society that supposedly lacked metal tools or even the wheel. And yet the builders carved andesite, a hard volcanic rock, with such perfection that the cuts still feel smooth beneath the hand. But the true enigma lies in the alignments. For Tiwanaku is not just a place of stone, it is a place of stars. One of the most striking features of the site is the Colossal Temple, a large rectangular enclosure that seems to have been built to observe solar events. Its gateways and standing stones align with the solstices and equinoxes, forming a primitive yet precise solar calendar. From the temple's center, one could mark the sun's rise and fall across the year, with particular stones acting as markers for key turning points in the seasons. This is not a coincidence. This is intent. Someone, long before modern astronomy, understood how to watch the sky and record it in stone. Some researchers have proposed that certain elements of Tiwanaku align not with the modern position of the sun, but with where it would have risen over 17,000 years ago, according to astronomical precession. This theory, though controversial, suggests that parts of the site could be older than the last ice age, predating not only the Inca, but even the earliest known civilizations. If true, it would place the origins of Tiwanaku deep in the so-called antediluvian era, a time before recorded history, a time often thought of as myth, but perhaps not. Let us pause and imagine the night sky from this ancient city. No electric lights, no sound but the wind, the stars above, sharp and bright, the Milky Way, like a river, and the people below, watching, waiting, measuring. To those who lived here, the sky was not distant. It was a map, a clock, a message. The gods lived in the heavens, and their movements told when to plant, when to harvest, and when to pray. The Gateway of the Sun, one of Tiwanaku's most iconic features, stands as both a monument and a mystery. Carved from a single slab of stone and adorned with intricate reliefs, its central figure is often interpreted as Viracocha, flanked by winged attendants and holding staffs in both hands. Around him are 48 small glyphs, possibly symbolizing solar phases or a ritual calendar. The figure at the center has tears flowing from its eyes, the weeping god, interpreted as a solar deity mourning the passing of time or watching over a fading world. But more intriguing still is the possibility that the gate itself may have once been positioned to frame specific astronomical events, perhaps the sun at its zenith, or constellations at seasonal moments. Its placement has been disturbed over time, but its original alignment might once have been deliberate, precise, and filled with meaning now forgotten. And yet, none of this would be possible without questions. And the questions remain. Who were these builders? How did they lift stones that weigh more than a fully loaded semi-truck? How did they carve them so finely without iron? How did they know the stars so well? And why, if they were so advanced, did they vanish? Some believe that Tiwanaku was not just a city, but a center of knowledge, an observatory, a temple, and a training ground for priest astronomers who passed down ancient wisdom. Others whisper of older cultures, perhaps lost to time or flood, who left behind only their stones. And a few wonder whether Tiwanaku, like so many sites across the world, is part of a larger pattern. Sites like Gbekli Tepe, Pumapunku, Gunung Padang, all hinting at a global prehistoric tradition of sky watching and stone building that defies the accepted timeline. What we know is this: Tiwanaku was built with care, with vision, with a mind tuned not only to the earth, but to the stars. Its builders watched the sun rise and fall, the moon wax and wane, the planets shift across the heavens. And with that knowledge, they shaped a city that still holds its breath under the open sky. They may not have left behind books or scrolls, but they left behind something harder to erase: stone. And in that stone, carved into the bones of the earth, they etched their legacy. Let your thoughts settle now. Picture the sun rising through a stone gate, long shadows stretching across cold ground, priests in feathered robes marking the equinox, children tracing stars with their fingers, a people in harmony with the turning of the sky. We may never know their names, we may never fully understand their vision, but we can still feel it quietly, gently, whenever we look up and wonder. And so, beneath the high plateau winds and the deep Bolivian silence, the builders of Tiwanaku sleep, their stones still standing, their sky still turning, and their mystery still waiting. There is a name that echoes quietly through dusty old volumes, whispered by explorers, mystics, and scholars who dared to question what history tells us. A name tied not to any known landmass, yet stretching its ghostly outline across the waters of the Pacific Ocean. A name wrapped in mystery, drenched in ancient lore. That name is Mo. According to those who believe in its existence, was a vast continent that once rose above the waves where the Pacific now churns. A land rich with life, home to a civilization of staggering advancement, temples of white stone glinting in the sunlight, towers that touched the sky, and a people whose wisdom and technology surpassed anything we've known. Yet it is not found on any modern map. It cannot be visited. It exists only in stories, and possibly in what remains beneath the ocean floor. Our journey into the mystery of Mo begins in the 19th century with the work of a man named Augustus Le Plongeon, an explorer, photographer, and amateur archaeologist. Le Plongeon studied the ruins of the ancient Maya and developed a radical theory. He believed that the Maya were the descendants of an even older civilization, one that predated Egypt, Sumer, and all others. That civilization, he claimed, came from a now lost land called Mo, which had sunk into the ocean thousands of years ago in a catastrophic flood. His theories were controversial even then, but they found fertile ground in the imagination of the time. Others took up the story. In the early 20th century, a British-born writer named James Churchward expanded upon Le Plongeon's ideas. Churchward claimed that he had discovered ancient tablets while serving in India, tablets that spoke of a lost land in the Pacific. He said he had been taught to read these tablets by a Hindu priest, and that they told of a civilization that flourished some 50,000 years ago, only to be swallowed by the sea. Churchward wrote a series of books describing Mo in vivid detail. According to him, it was the birthplace of mankind. It was home to tens of millions of people. Its people possessed knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and energy manipulation that has long since been forgotten. They lived in peace, governed by spiritual principles, and built grand cities out of stone, structures that he believed still lay beneath the ocean, waiting to be found. Critics dismissed Churchward's claims as fanciful. They pointed out the lack of archaeological evidence. They questioned his ability to translate ancient tablets that no other scholar had ever seen. And yet Churchward's books sold widely. The idea of Mo captured the public imagination. It tapped into something deep and ancient within us. This desire to believe that there was once a golden age, a civilization that reached for the stars before falling into the sea. But Mo is more than just a 19th century invention. Stories of a sunken land in the Pacific echo in ancient cultures across the world. In Polynesian mythology, there are tales of a great land that once existed in the ocean, a land of plenty that vanished after angering the gods. In Japanese lore, the story of Rugurujong, a palace beneath the sea inhabited by divine beings, bears eerie parallels. Even in the Americas, from the Inca to the Hopi, there are legends of ancestors coming from a land that sank beneath the waves. Some researchers have tried to connect Mo to other ancient mysteries. The colossal stone ruins of Nan Madol in Micronesia, for example, have been cited as remnants of this lost civilization. Built on artificial islets with basalt columns stacked like books, the city rises from the sea in eerie silence. It has no clear origin, no written records, and no explanation for how such heavy stones were moved across open water. Could Nan Madol be the last echo of Mo's people? And then there's the Yonaguni Monument, near Japan, a massive underwater structure that some believe is man-made. Its sharp angles, flat terraces, and what appear to be steps and platforms suggest intentional design, but others insist it's a natural formation shaped by geological processes. Still, the debate remains. If Mo existed, could these submerged sites be its ruins? Geologists, for their part, largely dismiss the idea of a sunken continent in the Pacific. They point out that oceanic crust is fundamentally different from continental crust. Continents can rise and fall, but the ocean floor, they argue, doesn't just vanish beneath the sea without leaving clear traces. No tectonic evidence supports the idea of a massive landmass collapsing into the Pacific within recent human history. And yet, not all scientists are so quick to dismiss the idea. Some point to the existence of so-called microcontinents like Zealandia, a largely submerged landmass that includes New Zealand and New Caledonia. Though not as large as Churchward's Mo, Zealandia shows that vast tracts of land can indeed disappear beneath the sea, over long spans of time. Could other, older lands have suffered a similar fate? Then there's the curious phenomenon of megalithic ruins found on isolated islands scattered across the Pacific. From Easter Island's Moai statues to the stepped pyramids of the Marquesas, the ancient structures found on these remote specks of land hint at a larger story. They show connections across vast distances, connections that should not have existed in pre-modern times. Some suggest that an earlier civilization once linked these islands together, possibly through seafaring trade routes, or as outposts of a central homeland now lost. Of course, the myth of Mo often gets tangled with the myth of Atlantis. Both describe advanced civilizations that fell into the sea. Both are said to have preserved great wisdom, and both challenge our understanding of what came before. But where Atlantis is tied to Plato and the Atlantic Ocean, Mo belongs to the Pacific. Its story is more diffuse, less grounded in any one text, and yet it has proven just as enduring. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Mo legend is the idea that its people possessed advanced knowledge, technologies that allowed them to move massive stones, generate energy, and possibly even manipulate gravity. These ideas find echoes in fringe archaeology and pseudo-history, where theories abound of ancient civilizations with power sources lost to time. Some even suggest Mo was the source of the global megalithic tradition, the reason why we find similar structures in Egypt, Peru, Cambodia, and beyond. To mainstream historians, these ideas are speculative at best and pseudo-scientific at worst. They warn that connecting dots without evidence can lead to false conclusions. But to others, the consistency of myths from far-flung cultures, each speaking of sunken lands, sky gods, and golden ages, feels like more than coincidence. They argue that myth is often memory, passed down in metaphor, distorted over time, but rooted in truth. Could the myth of Mu be a cultural memory of a time before the sea rose? During the last ice age, sea levels were far lower than they are today. Massive tracts of land now underwater were once dry and habitable. When the glaciers melted and the oceans surged, entire coastlines vanished. Is it possible that stories of Mu and other sunken lands are echoes of that great flooding, memories of real places swallowed by time? We may never know for certain. The Pacific Ocean is vast, and much of its floor remains unexplored. Satellite scans have revealed strange anomalies, submerged shapes that resemble walls, roads, even pyramids, but such interpretations are hotly debated. The ocean guards its secrets well. Still, the search continues. Some pursue it in sonar readings and deep-sea dives. Others look through ancient texts, oral traditions, and sacred geometry. For many, the quest for Mu is more than a hunt for ruins. It's a search for forgotten origins, a yearning to understand where we came from, and what was lost along the way. And perhaps that is what makes the legend so enduring. Whether Mu was real or not, it symbolizes something deeply human. The idea that we are not the first, that others came before us and built wonders we can barely comprehend. That time does not move in a straight line, but in cycles, and that civilizations like waves rise and fall. In the silence beneath the sea, beneath the sediment and coral and centuries of forgetting, there may still lie pieces of the past waiting to be found. Pieces of a land that once stood proud and tall before the flood came, before the ocean claimed it, before the world forgot. So as we drift gently through the myths and possibilities, as the waves roll overhead and the stars shine on forgotten waters, let us remember that not all stories are fantasy. Some are fragments, some are echoes, some are echoes, some are echoes. We've buried so deep, we've forgotten we ever knew them. The story of Mu may be one of those, a legend or a memory. And somewhere, in that quiet place between belief and doubt, the lost continent still waits, its name carried on the wind, its ruins lost beneath the tide, its people remembered only in whispers, waiting beneath the sea. There is a stone in Massachusetts that has quietly confounded historians and whispered to those drawn to ancient mysteries. It does not sit in a museum or behind thick glass. Instead, it lies exposed, weathered by the rain and the passing of centuries. Carved into its worn surface is the outline of what some say is a knight in armor, a figure that should not exist in pre-Columbian America. This is the Westford Knight. It rests near the small town of Westford, tucked into the quiet landscape of New England. By modern appearances, the carving could almost be missed. Moss and lichen have softened its edges. Time has dimmed its lines, but with a careful eye, and with the help of rubbings and enhanced photographs, a strange figure emerges from the stone. A sword, a shield, a cross upon the chest. Some see chainmail, others see a medieval helmet, and from this faint image has grown one of the more peculiar legends of early exploration. The idea that medieval travelers, perhaps even knights, reached the shores of North America long before Columbus. The Westford Knight was first brought to public attention in the 19th century, but it wasn't until the 1950s that interest surged, when researchers began examining the carving in earnest. Among the most prominent voices was Frank Glynn, an artist and historian who believed the figure represented a 14th century Scottish knight. He linked the carving to the legendary voyage of Prince Henry Sinclair, a nobleman said to have journeyed to the New World nearly a century before Columbus. According to this theory, Prince Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney, set sail from Scotland around the year 1398. His voyage, if it happened, would have brought him across the North Atlantic, island hopping from the Orkneys to the Faroes, to Iceland, to Greenland, and finally to the shores of North America. This path would mirror the known routes of the Norse centuries earlier, routes carved through the ice by Vikings long before the age of sails. The legend claims that Sinclair did not come alone. He brought with him a party of sailors, builders, and perhaps even knights of the mysterious Order of the Templars. One of these men, a knight named Sir James Gunn, is said to have died during the expedition, and in his honor, a memorial was carved, etched into the stone of what is now Westford. Skeptics argue that the figure is nothing more than glacial scarring or natural weathering enhanced by suggestion and imagination. But for those who have studied the site closely, the details are hard to ignore. The hilt of the sword, the unmistakable lines of a shield, the cross pattern on the torso. Some even claim the sword matches a 14th century design, known as a hand-and-a-half blade, consistent with Scottish arms of the time. But to accept the Westford Knight as real, is to accept a deeper, more disruptive truth, that explorers from Europe, perhaps even noble ones, reached North America in the medieval period, carved their presence into the land, and then vanished from history. And the Westford Knight is not alone. Across North America, scattered like breadcrumbs through the forest, are similar anomalies. The Newport Tower in Rhode Island, round, stone-built, and often attributed to colonial builders, has also been suggested as a relic of pre-Columbian travelers. Its architecture bears striking resemblance to medieval churches of northern Europe. Could it be that Sinclair's men built it, that their footprint was broader than we think? Then there is the Kensington runestone, discovered in Minnesota in the late 1800s. Covered in runic script, it tells the tale of Norse explorers from the 14th century, just decades before Sinclair's supposed journey. Though many historians dismiss it as a hoax, the possibility lingers like morning mist. And what of the copper mines of Michigan's Upper Peninsula? Some researchers have pointed out that thousands of tons of pure copper were extracted from this region long before recorded European contact. Who mined it? What civilization had the tools, the knowledge, and the trade networks to move such material? Some point to the Mississippian culture, others to a forgotten people whose memory faded beneath layers of time. Could it be that the builders of the Westford Knight were not alone? Could there have been other voyagers, Phoenicians, Celts, Basques, who reached the Americas and left only the faintest traces behind? In the case of Prince Henry Sinclair, the story grows even stranger. He is said to have been associated with the remnants of the Knights Templar, those mysterious warrior monks who vanished in the 14th century under pressure from the church. Legends abound that some of these knights fled Europe with their secrets and their treasures. Some say they went to Scotland, some say they sailed further still, to a new land beyond the sea. If Sinclair's voyage was real, it would explain much the symbolism on the stone, the European-style carvings, the sudden and unexplained appearance of medieval-style structures in New England. But it also raises uncomfortable questions. Why is there no written record? Why no confirmation in Scottish or European annals? The answer, perhaps, lies in the nature of exploration itself. Many journeys fail, some go unrecorded, some are deliberately erased, and some, if they threaten the accepted history, are buried beneath centuries of silence. Still, the Westford Knight endures. The stone remains. Visitors come to see it, to stand beside it, to feel the cool wind of history pass through the trees. They run their hands across the faint lines, squint against the light, and wonder, could it be real? Is this the mark of a forgotten traveler? Others look further back still, beyond Scotland, beyond Europe, to ancient sailors from Phoenicia, Egypt, or even Asia. Could these have been the true builders? Some propose that the Americas were known long before the modern age, that a pre-flood, prehistoric civilization may have seeded knowledge across the globe, that these monuments, Westford, Newport, Kensington, are not isolated, but fragments of something older. The idea ties into a broader pattern, the recurring evidence of ancient knowledge in the wrong places. Megalithic alignments that match star systems, old maps showing the coastlines of Antarctica beneath the ice, stories of white-bearded visitors arriving from the sea, bearing knowledge and tools, only to vanish without a trace. Is it possible that the Westford Knight belongs not just to a forgotten explorer, but to a forgotten era? If we consider the possibility of a pre-flood civilization, a maritime culture with ships and stonework and star maps, it would explain how knowledge traveled, how symbols spread, how a knight could appear in Massachusetts centuries before the sails of Columbus cut through the Caribbean winds. And if that's true, then the Westford Knight is not just a curiosity, it's a clue, a breadcrumb, a whisper of something vast and sunken. But here, in the quiet town of Westford, the stone remains, silent, unmoving. Whether carved by human hands or shaped by nature, it invites reflection. It draws us into the realm of what might have been. It reminds us that the past is not a closed book, but a deep and layered story, full of erasures and mysteries. And so we sit with it. We let the story unfold slowly, like the turning of a weathered page. We breathe in the mystery, feel the cool of the stone, and allow ourselves to imagine. What if they were here? What if they crossed the ocean long before sails and compasses? What if they carved their mark in the wilderness and kept going up the rivers, into the woods, back into the fog of time? Not everything leaves a trail. Not every story survives. But some do, hidden in stone, in song, in stars. And here, among the trees of Massachusetts, one such story waits, quiet, ancient, and perhaps true. Let us now turn the page once more, as the wind moves softly through the branches, for this is not the only mystery the earth has kept. In the southeastern reaches of modern-day Turkey, beyond the fields and dust-swept ridges, lies a place even older than its already ancient neighbor, a site that slumbers beneath the soil, bearing silent witness to a world long gone. Here, where the land dips into shadow and the rocks warm under a sun that has watched millennia pass, lies Karahantepe. To those who have studied Gbekli Tepe, the so-called world's first temple, Karahantepe might seem familiar. Carved pillars, arranged in careful formations, T-shaped monoliths, enclosures that resemble sanctuaries. Yet Karahantepe tells an even older story, one whose beginning stretches further into the mists of prehistory, into the time before writing, before cities, before any known civilization. This is not a ruin left by the Assyrians or the Hittites. It is not Greek, nor Roman, nor even Sumerian. Karahantepe belongs to an era so deep in the past that its very existence forces us to reconsider what we know about the human journey. It may well have been part of a network of sacred sites created by a people who understood architecture, ritual, and perhaps even the cosmos, at a time when conventional history tells us we should have been living in huts, chasing animals, and scavenging roots. Discovered in the 1990s, but only seriously excavated in recent years, Karahantepe remained hidden under layers of soil and sand for thousands upon thousands of years. The first impressions were modest: stone fragments, half-buried mounds, scattered clues hinting at something more. But as archaeologists brushed away the centuries, what emerged was staggering. Dozens of megalithic pillars rise from the earth. Some stand in rings, others in rows. Many are carved with animals, serpents, birds and feline forms that seem to leap from the stone with a kind of quiet power. Some of these creatures are familiar, others are not. The craftsmanship is stunning, the intention behind the layout, unmistakable. These were not random carvings. This was a place of meaning. And then came the chamber. Beneath the surface, within a deep pit carved straight into the bedrock, a scene frozen in time was revealed. Carved human heads, pillars emerging from the earth like fingers from the deep. And at the center, most haunting of all, a strange figure with an erect phallus and a solemn, almost mournful gaze. He is sculpted in the round, not just a relief, but a full-body figure rising from the floor, as if emerging from another world. He is old, unimaginably old, at least 11,000 years, by current estimates, and yet his expression is strangely modern. Karahantepe challenges the idea that agriculture birthed civilization. Here, it seems, ritual came first, symbol came first, the sacred came first. The people who built this place may have still been hunters, still been foragers, but they were also planners, builders, artists. They gathered not for trade or survival alone, but for ceremony, for remembrance, perhaps even for worship. This changes everything. If Gbekli Tepe was a revelation, proof that monumental architecture existed before cities, then Karahantepe is the whisper before the revelation. It pushes the timeline further back, deeper into the fog of antiquity. It hints that Gbekli Tepe may not have been the origin point, but rather one node in a wider, older network, a civilization, or at least a cultural sphere, emerging from the shadows of the last ice age. But who were they? Their name is lost. No texts remain, no bones, no tools engraved with identities, only stone, silent, weathered, and eternal. Some believe they were shamans, others think they were proto-priests, keepers of knowledge passed down through myth and gesture. Still others suggest something more radical, that these builders inherited knowledge from an even older source, that what we see at Karahantepe is not the beginning, but a remembrance, a reconstruction, a blueprint passed from a civilization now drowned or forgotten. There are signs to support this: the level of precision in the carvings, the planning required to quarry, shape, and transport the pillars, the alignment of certain enclosures with celestial events. All these suggest minds capable of abstraction, of mathematics, of cosmic thought. Some researchers have drawn connections to the pre-flood stories told across cultures, to myths of a great cataclysm that wiped clean the world. Here in Mesopotamia, It was the flood of Utnapishtim. In the Bible, Noah's flood. In Hindu tradition, Manu and the deluge. The timing is intriguing. Many of these myths point to a disaster occurring just after the last glacial maximum, when rising seas swallowed coastlines and reshaped the world. Could it be that Karahantepe was built by the survivors? If so, it would be a site of memory, of mourning, a monument to a lost age. This may explain the solemnity of the figures, the way they seem to rise from the earth not in celebration, but in silence. Eyes cast downward, mouths closed, as if they are keeping secrets. And there are many secrets here. Unlike Gbekli Tepe, which has a more symmetrical layout and standardized pillars, Karahantepe is more organic, more varied in its expressions. Some enclosures twist unexpectedly, others dive into the ground. One chamber features a row of phallic pillars, once thought to be symbolic of fertility, but their true purpose remains unknown. Another chamber contains headless sculptures, bodies without faces, torsos without names, and always the animals. Foxes, vultures, snakes, creatures that held symbolic power across ancient cultures. Were they totems, spirit guides, warnings? Perhaps each animal carved into the stone marked a clan, a belief, a story lost to time. As the sun passes overhead and shadows shift across the stone, one can almost feel the rhythm of a forgotten ritual. Footsteps padded along the limestone floor, torches flickered against the walls, chanting, maybe, or silence. Some scholars believe these sites were used to induce altered states, that their design helped guide consciousness inward. A kind of spiritual architecture, meant not for the eyes, but for the soul. The most haunting thought of all is that we will never truly know. We have the stones, we have the carvings, but the meaning has slipped through the cracks of history, and yet there is a sense of familiarity. Standing at the edge of the site, one feels a strange stillness, not emptiness, but presence, as if the people who built this place are not entirely gone, but simply beyond our reach. Their language no longer spoken, their gods no longer named, but something lingers. Perhaps it is encoded in the very stone. Archaeologists now believe there are dozens more sites like Karahantepe, buried across the region, waiting to be uncovered. Together they may form a constellation of sacred spaces, a network of memories stretching back beyond the known past. Each new discovery nudges the boundary further. Each carved pillar is another line in a story we are only just beginning to read. For now, Karahantepe remains a mystery. It sits quietly in the Anatolian heat, the wind whispering through its chambers. No walls remain, no roofs cover the enclosures, but the pillars stand patient and eternal. They do not shout, they do not explain, they simply are. In that silence we are left to imagine, a people before time, a ritual before agriculture, a monument before civilization. The story of Karahantepe is not a story of ruins. It is a story of awakening, of remembering that the human journey may not have begun in the places we thought it did, that beneath the surface of accepted history lies another world, older, stranger, and far more profound. And perhaps as we uncover more, we will learn not just who they were, but who we are. Let the wind brush softly through the grass now. Let the dust settle, and close your eyes to a time before time, for this is not the only story the stones remember. Beneath the waters of the North Atlantic, where volcanic peaks rise above the surface as the Azores Islands, a quiet mystery sleeps. The sea here is restless, and the land it touches is young in geological terms, born from fire and pressure. Yet even here, amid the churning depths and wind-swept cliffs, whispers of a forgotten world persist. A world of lost knowledge, of sunken stone, of roads that go nowhere, or perhaps once led somewhere. In 2013, a sonar scan conducted between the islands of São Miguel and Terceira revealed something peculiar. Resting beneath the waves at a depth of around 40 meters, a vast geometric formation appeared, an expanse of what seemed to be carefully placed stone blocks, arranged in a regular, grid-like pattern. Many called it an anomaly, others gave it a name, the Atlantean Road. It is not an official name. You won't find it labeled on maps or listed in scientific journals without debate, but the local fishermen knew of it. Divers claimed to have seen it. Some said the stones were flat and smooth, forming a clear path. Others believed it was too perfect, too deliberate to be natural. And those attuned to older legends, they saw something more. They saw the ghost of Atlantis. The Azores have long been entwined with that myth. Plato's Atlantis, described as a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune, was said to lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Many have taken that to mean the Strait of Gibraltar, and beyond that, the Atlantic Ocean. It is in this sea, so vast and untamed, that dreamers and seekers have searched for the lost continent. And the Azores, they rise like stepping stones in that very ocean, as if remnants of a greater whole. 9 islands in all, scattered in an arc that seems too neat, too poised. Some ridges extend for miles underwater, connecting island to island with submerged plateaus. Could it be that these islands are the surviving peaks of a sunken landmass? Could the road be a vestige of that ancient world? It is tempting to believe. The sonar images of the road show a straight, linear feature around 60 meters wide and 600 meters long, according to initial reports. Divers who ventured down claimed that the formation seemed like megalithic paving stones, square, aligned and in places worn smooth by time. If natural, it was an astonishing coincidence of geology. If artificial, it was a marvel from a forgotten age. But science hesitates. Geologists suggest the formation may be a type of basalt lava flow, a phenomenon known as columnar jointing. When thick layers of basalt cool slowly, they can crack into polygonal shapes, often hexagonal, forming surfaces that mimic paving stones. This happens in places like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, or the Svartifoss waterfall in Iceland. Beautiful, natural, geological. And yet, something about the Atlantean road feels different. It's not just the shape of the stones, it's the way they lie, as if pressed into place. The way they seem to stretch out in an almost intentional direction. The way local lore passed down through generations speaks of ruins beneath the sea, of bells that once rang below the waves, of towers that glimmered through the surf in ancient memory. These are not scientific proofs, but they are stories that cling, and stories matter. Because if the road is not natural, if it is indeed the work of hands long gone, then we are faced with something extraordinary. A structure that predates known seafaring, a monument from a civilization erased not just from the earth, but from memory. And it would not be alone. Other underwater anomalies have been found throughout the Atlantic, off the coasts of Cuba, the Bahamas, and even Portugal. Patterns of stone, submerged walls, and circular structures lying deep below the reach of modern tides. Taken together, they paint the outline of a mystery too large to ignore. A mystery that suggests the Atlantic once held more than just water, that perhaps at the end of the last ice age, something was lost. The Black Sea flood, the melting glaciers, the shifting tectonics, all of these may have played a role. Between 12,000 and 9,000 years ago, sea levels rose dramatically. Vast stretches of land were swallowed by the ocean. Entire coastlines vanished. If a civilization had developed near the sea, as most early societies did, its monuments would now lie in silence beneath the waves. But how advanced could they have been? That is the question. The stones of the Atlantean road, if truly placed with purpose, suggest knowledge of engineering, of measurement, of effort beyond survival. It implies surplus, an economy strong enough to allow time for construction, for order, perhaps even for ceremony. And that's where the imagination begins to drift. Could these people have sailed? Could they have mapped the stars? Did they trade, or worship, or write? Or were they closer to nature, aligned with the earth, listening to rhythms now lost to us? Were they swept away in a single event, or were they simply forgotten, layer by layer, year by year? Today, the Atlantean road remains unexplored in any official capacity. The Portuguese Navy has acknowledged the sonar data, but offered no deep excavation. No underwater archaeology teams have fully documented the formation, and in the absence of answers, the mystery grows. There's a kind of poetic truth to that. Because roads are built for travel, they are connections between places, between people, between past and present. A road beneath the sea is a bridge between worlds, between what we know and what we long to know. Perhaps that is the greatest allure of the Atlantean road, not just the stones themselves, but what they symbolize. A path we cannot yet walk, a story we are not yet able to finish, and perhaps we're not supposed to. Not yet. For now it lies quiet. The Atlantic rolls above it, heavy and grey. The islands of the Azores rise gently nearby, green and volcanic, dotted with quiet towns and cloud-draped hills. Above the waves, life moves slowly. Below, the stones wait, and with every passing year, as the sea slowly yields its secrets, we come closer to the truth. Whether natural or crafted, the Atlantean road reminds us that the past is never fully gone. It rests just beneath the surface, hidden but not erased, silent but not without voice. And so we listen, to the waves, to the stone, to the old stories whispered by the wind as it moves across the islands. There may come a day when divers return with cameras, with chisels, with answers. There may come a day when samples are taken, dates confirmed, theories revised, and perhaps then we will know whether the road was a miracle of geology or a message from a forgotten time. But tonight, under the stars and the steady pulse of the sea, we can simply imagine a road, a people, a world lost to time, and the quiet footsteps that once walked across it, now just echoes in the deep. In the rugged heart of Russia, where ancient forests stretch endlessly across the land and snow often silences the world, there lies a mountain range few speak of outside of maps and geology books, the Urals, spanning over 1,500 miles from the Arctic Ocean in the north to the steppes of Kazakhstan in the south. These mountains form one of the oldest ranges on Earth, weathered, enduring, and mysterious. And somewhere, hidden among the crags and folds of this vast wilderness, are shapes that should not be there, shapes that do not belong to the wind or to erosion, shapes that hint at minds and hands long gone. Massive stones carved with symmetry, faces weathered but still recognizable, bodies that seem to crouch against the cold earth, half buried, half revealed. Not statues in the modern sense, but forms that resemble the profile of a lion, the arc of a feline spine, the distant gaze of a guardian watching something we can no longer see. In the lonely expanses of the Ural Mountains, these formations have come to be called Siberia's Sphinxes. Unlike Egypt's iconic Great Sphinx, which stares east across the sands, the Siberian forms are less defined, but perhaps older, much older. No inscriptions mark their surfaces, no temples surround them, and yet their shapes defy randomness, aligned, deliberate, and placed, if not built, with intention. The most notable of these is said to rest in the southern Urals, near Mount Shoria. Here colossal megalithic stones, some weighing an estimated 3,000 tons, appear stacked and split in geometric ways. Smooth faces and right angles that nature rarely produces line a slope as if a wall had once stood here, long before the first recorded civilizations. Some sections seem carved, others appear torn. All are silent, and around these ruins, or anomalies depending on whom you ask, are formations that resemble figures in repose, large feline shapes, faces half swallowed by snow, hunched shoulders of stone. A few have dubbed them guardians, watchers, sphinxes. But how could such monuments come to rest in a place so remote, so cold, so far from the centers of early civilization? The answer perhaps lies not just in the stones, but in the silence that surrounds them. For decades, these formations were known only to local hikers, hunters, and those few geologists who braved the terrain. In the early 2000s, photos began to circulate, grainy images of stone blocks too large to comprehend, half-buried figures peeking out from beneath the snow. They sparked debate. Some claimed they were natural, others called them the work of an ancient people, perhaps one erased by flood or ice. One theory ties them to the lost culture of Hyperborea, a mythical northern civilization described by the Greeks as a place of great peace and wisdom, where the sun never set. While modern scholars classify Hyperborea as a myth, some alternative historians suggest that the Urals, nestled in the far north, may once have been part of that fabled land. A land that fell not by sword or famine, but by time. Then there is the idea of a pre-flood world. Between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, the Earth changed. The last ice age ended, glaciers melted, oceans rose, coastlines shifted, and in that reshaping, entire regions were transformed. If a civilization had risen in the north before the thaw, much of it could have been buried by snow, by landslide, or by the creeping spread of forests now rooted where cities may once have stood. The Urals are rich in minerals, gold, iron, quartz. They would have offered resources to any society skilled enough to extract them: shelter, water, timber, everything needed for a settlement. And in their higher reaches, these sphinx-like stones may have stood as markers, warnings perhaps, or monuments to something we can no longer name. Geologists, of course, offer natural explanations. The region is known for its unusual rock formations, products of freeze-thaw cycles, tectonic shifts, and erosion over millions of years. What appears to be symmetry may simply be coincidence. What looks like intention may just be our minds reaching for pattern, for story, for human touch. And yet, some questions linger. Why do so many of these stones seem to rest at odd angles, stacked in ways that resist gravity and time? Why do some show signs of carving, not chisel marks perhaps, but surfaces that look planed or smoothed, as though shaped by tools? Why are they concentrated in particular areas, instead of scattered randomly across the range? Then there is the legend of the City of the Gods, a tale whispered in the rural parts of Bashkortostan, an area bordering the southern Urals, speaks of a vast ancient city, now turned to stone. Locals speak of massive walls hidden deep in the forests, of steps that lead nowhere, of statues staring up through the moss. The stories are old, passed down through families, barely written. They speak of a time before time. Of course, no archaeological dig has confirmed this city, no tablets, no artifacts, but the stones remain, towering, imposing, impossible. Some who visit the formations describe a sensation of quiet awe, not just from the scale, but from the placement, as if walking through a memory, as if the stones themselves are not ruined structures, but frozen moments, captured in the act of watching, of waiting. And it is this quiet waiting that gives the Siberian Sphinxes their power, because they do not demand belief, they do not shout their secrets, they simply remain, year after year, century after century, enduring wind and frost, and the occasional footstep of those who dare to follow the forest trails. It is possible they are just stone, that all of this, the symmetry, the shapes, the myths, are projections, imaginings born from a yearning to connect with something larger, older, more mysterious than ourselves. But it is also possible that they are something more, that in an age before writing, before bronze, before even settled agriculture, there were people who understood stone, who placed it with meaning, who shaped it with purpose, and who left it behind, not to be worshipped, but to be found. Not all civilizations write their histories in books, some carve them into the earth itself, and so we return to the Urals, to the cold and the quiet, to the stones that crouch like lions, their eyes half shut, their mouths unreadable. There is no plaque, no sign, no trail marker, just stone and snow, and the long breath of time. The forests will reclaim what they can, the wind will polish what remains, and the world will move on. But sometimes, at twilight, when the light is just right, and the trees bend low in the cold, one might glimpse a profile in the mountain, a face, a body, a watcher, a sphinx not of Egypt, but of Siberia, ancient, unnamed, undisturbed. And perhaps that is how it was meant to be. Let them rest, let them remain, let them remind us that even in the most forgotten corners of the earth, stories live on, carved in silence, lost in snow, waiting for those who still believe in wonder. The builders are gone, the tools are dust, but their echoes endure, in the stones, in the myths, in the stillness. And tonight, under the hush of stars and frost, they dream still. Off the western coast of India, where the tides roll in slow and steady from the Arabian Sea, there is a quiet stretch of water near the modern city of Dwarka. On the surface, the waves seem unremarkable, just another meeting point of land and sea, but hidden below, beneath the swaying kelp and shifting sands, lie the ruins of a story too old to fit neatly into the textbooks. They say this place was once a city of gold, a kingdom so grand, so radiant, that its towers pierced the sky and its gates shimmered like dawn on polished metal. It was a city ruled by a god, a hero, a king. His name was Krishna. According to ancient texts, the city was called Dwarka, and it was not built by human hands alone. It was gifted, built with divine guidance, and protected by celestial favor. The Mahabharata, one of the oldest and longest epic poems in the world, tells of its shining palaces, its bustling markets, its 7 concentric walls, and its 70,000 golden homes. The city was said to float on the edge of the sea, suspended between the world of mortals and the world of gods, and yet, just as quickly as it rose, it was gone. The scriptures say that after Krishna's departure from the world, when his earthly mission was complete, Dwarka was reclaimed by the ocean. Waves rose, winds howled, and the sea swallowed the city whole. Some say it happened overnight. Others say it was a slow undoing, a final act of divine closure. For centuries, the story was treated as legend, a myth, a symbol of lost glory and moral lessons. But in the year 2000, something curious happened. Marine archaeologists exploring the Gulf of Cambay, not far from Dwarka's modern location, discovered submerged structures deep beneath the waters. Using sonar scanning equipment, they identified geometric patterns, rows of what appeared to be stone walls, possible steps, and foundations spread across an area several square kilometers in size. Further dives and studies revealed artifacts, stone anchors, pottery shards, beads, and fossilized wood. These findings were unlike anything expected from the region's known historical record. Carbon dating suggested that some of the materials were over 9,000 years old, far older than the Indus Valley civilization, long thought to be the subcontinent's earliest. If accurate, this meant that Dwarka, or something like it, may have existed long before the dawn of recorded Indian history. But could it really be Krishna's city? The debate stirred quietly but steadily. Some archaeologists argued that the structures were natural oddities formed by geological processes. Others believed that ancient humans, far more advanced than previously assumed, had once lived along this coast before a dramatic sea level rise swept their world away. India's own archaeological survey took an active interest. Additional explorations near modern-day Dwarka, further up the coast, revealed more submerged walls and stone formations in the shallow waters. Divers found massive sandstone blocks joined with precision, stone steps leading down into the seabed, and large anchoring devices, suggesting the presence of ancient ports. What began as folklore had taken on the glint of possibility. Ancient Sanskrit texts had long described Dwarka as a circular city built with meticulous order, complete with grand gateways and moats, a naval fleet, and intricate roadways. These weren't vague metaphors, they were blueprints, detailed and structured. The Mahabharata speaks of chariots that moved without horses, of lamps that never extinguished, and of cities that gleamed like crystal. Many scholars dismissed these as poetic exaggeration, but when sonar scans returned images of perfectly symmetrical underwater structures, right angles, straight corridors, and basin-like features, it no longer seemed quite so far-fetched. Could it be that Dwarka was not just myth, but memory? The ancient Indians did not draw hard lines between history and mythology. Their epics wove gods and kings into the same tapestry, blurring the divine and the mundane. But to them, Dwarka was always a real place, a capital city, a sacred site, a place of pilgrimage and pride. In later centuries, explorers and scholars visiting the Gujarat coast heard whispers from local fishermen. They spoke of ruins glimpsed during low tides, of temple spires beneath the water, of odd shapes brushing their nets in the depths. These stories were passed off as superstition, until they weren't. In 2007, further sonar imaging expanded the area of interest, revealing even more submerged structures, possibly stretching over an area as large as Manhattan. Among these, researchers noted the remnants of what may have been a breakwater or harbor, suggesting not just habitation, but a maritime civilization with complex engineering. And then there's the alignment. Some of the underwater features appear to correspond with star charts. Ancient temples on the modern shore align with celestial events. This isn't unusual in Hindu architecture, but what's strange is how old these alignments might be. If the underwater city truly predates the Indus Valley, then the knowledge required to construct it suggests a society far beyond what the textbooks claim existed in that time. And yet, official recognition remains cautious. Science demands certainty. The ocean, however, rarely provides it. Sediment moves, coral grows, stone erodes, carbon dates vary, and politics, as always, muddies the water. For a discovery to be classified as a civilization, a strict set of criteria must be met: tools, consistent architecture, writing, and artifacts found in unambiguous context. But in the court of curiosity, Dwarka needs no judge. It already reigns. For believers, Dwarka's story is not about bricks and stones. It's about continuity, about a civilization that remembered its roots for thousands of years and preserved them in stories, epics, and songs. About memory so strong that even when the ocean took the city, the people rebuilt it again, on higher ground, on safer shores, carrying forward the name, the spirit, and the legend. And still today, the city of Dwarka thrives, above water this time. Pilgrims come from across India and beyond to visit its temples, to bathe in its sacred river, and to gaze out across the sea, where the waves still whisper the name of the drowned city. Divers still descend, searching the sands. Cameras still scan, and from time to time the sea parts just enough to show something, a corner, a curve, a stare, before folding back into itself. What remains may never be enough to satisfy academia, but for those who walk the beaches of Gujarat at dusk, watching the sun slip gently into the sea, the feeling is real, that somewhere out there, not far from the modern city's glow, the old city sleeps, quietly, patiently. They say that when Dwarka fell, the sea roared for days, that ships were tossed and towers torn down, that the gods themselves turned their faces away. But perhaps it wasn't destruction, perhaps it was preservation. Beneath the sea, Dwarka remains untouched by time. Its stones are not worn by footsteps, its streets are not cracked by wheels, its gates are not dulled by centuries of wind and sun. It waits, and maybe, just maybe, it remembers. So when the divers return, when the lights flicker through the murk, when a hand brushes ancient stone, there's a sense of something watching, not malevolent, not divine, just present, like the memory of a dream you once had but can't fully recall. A city of light, a kingdom of waves, a home long lost to time. The ocean is vast, it keeps many secrets, and in the quiet dark beneath the waves, Dwarka dreams on. In the shadow of the towering Caucasus Mountains, between the cold winds of the high passes and the soft hum of ancient earth, something heavy sleeps. Buried in the forgotten folds of time and stone, far from the tourist trails and far from the light of modern headlines, lie megaliths, massive stone structures that defy explanation. They sit in silence, rooted in soil and legend, scattered like breadcrumbs across the slopes of Russia, Georgia, and Armenia. They are not grand like the pyramids or symmetrical like Stonehenge, but they are old, perhaps older than anything we can comfortably admit. Shaped blocks weighing many tons, stacked and aligned with precision, forming chambered tombs, passageways, and box-like vaults. Many of them are dry-laid, with no mortar, yet their edges are so tight you couldn't slip a blade between the stones. Locals call them dolmens, and they have been found by the thousands. From the Black Sea coast to the inland ridges, these structures dot the landscape like ancient ruins from a civilization we forgot to remember. Some are cracked and crumbling, overtaken by moss and brambles. Others remain surprisingly intact, guarded by forests, hidden in valleys, or perched on remote cliffs, as if watching the world below. There is no name etched into the stones, no signature of their makers, but the scale and spread suggest an organized effort, an advanced and far-reaching culture. Mainstream archaeology suggests the dolmens of the Caucasus were built between 3000 and 1200 BCE. But even these cautious estimates raise eyebrows. How could people of the Bronze Age, supposedly equipped with only basic tools, carve, move, and balance blocks weighing 10 to 30 tons? Some stones are smooth and curved, as if shaped with great care. Others are perforated with perfectly round holes, entrances so precisely made they appear machined. And that's just what we can see above ground. Many of these dolmens sit atop carefully leveled platforms, flanked by ramp-like structures or surrounded by circular walls. In some cases, subterranean chambers have been discovered, entire sections buried deep beneath the surface, suggesting intentional design and knowledge of weight-bearing architecture. Then there is the question of location. These megaliths are not scattered randomly. Some are aligned with cardinal directions. Others are positioned to catch the light of the solstices, like ancient observatories tuned to the rhythm of the sun and moon. Their placement on high ridges and cliffs also suggests they were meant to be seen from afar, maybe as markers, maybe as beacons, or maybe as ceremonial sites tied to the heavens. Yet for all their visibility, the culture behind them has vanished. No known civilization in the Caucasus region left records describing the construction of these dolmens. No inscriptions, no tools, no myths even, only vague legends and whispers passed down in fragments. Local folklore speaks of giants who once walked these mountains, beings of immense strength and longevity, who built the stone houses before the arrival of humans. Others say the dolmens were tombs for kings or wise elders, meant to anchor their spirits to the land forever. And then, there are the theories. Some researchers have proposed that the dolmens were part of a vast pre-flood civilization, an antediluvian world now lost beneath layers of earth and time. They point to similarities between these megaliths and those found in other parts of the world, in Western Europe, the Levant, India, and even Japan. The shared features, like the portal stones, chamber layouts, and monumental scale, suggest a shared knowledge, or at least a shared inspiration. Could it be that these builders were part of a once global network, a web of ancient engineers and astronomers whose memory now survives only in stone? One of the most curious features of the Caucasus dolmens is the portal hole, an opening, usually round and centered on the front wall, that seems both symbolic and functional. These holes are often between 30 and 50 centimeters in diameter, too small for most adults to pass through, but just the right size for something else. Perhaps a light beam, perhaps a breath of wind, or perhaps, as some legends suggest, the passage of a soul. In some dolmens, a perfectly carved stone plug was used to seal the hole. It fits snugly, like a cork in a bottle. This level of precision hints at more than mere burial practice. It implies ritual, belief, cosmology. The act of sealing and unsealing the chamber may have held deep meaning, perhaps related to seasonal cycles, lunar phases, or rites of passage. Interestingly, when some of these dolmens were opened in the modern era, human remains were found inside, often only a few bones, scattered and incomplete. Not entire skeletons, but fragments, suggesting either ancient looting or a form of secondary burial. Alongside the bones, archaeologists found tools, beads, ceramics, items that hint at a life once lived, and perhaps a journey prepared for. But again, the artifacts complicate the dating. Some of the items appear to belong to later cultures, suggesting that the dolmens may have been reused, repurposed, or revered long after their original builders vanished. This raises a haunting question: were the people who lived in the Caucasus during the Bronze Age the creators of these structures, or simply the inheritors? If the latter is true, then the builders of the dolmens must have existed even earlier, perhaps during the Neolithic, or even before the last great flood that reshaped coastlines and ended entire civilizations. And that would place their construction far beyond the accepted historical timeline. The Caucasus itself is a land of mystery, a rugged, folded terrain where languages evolved in isolation, where cultures flourished and fell, and where myths seep into every stream and stone. It is a place where time stretches strangely, where the past never quite feels gone. In this landscape, the dolmens seem less like ruins and more like monuments in waiting. Their presence is quiet but undeniable. They do not shout, they endure, watching, holding secrets. Some researchers have compared the engineering behind the dolmens to that of other megalithic sites around the world, like the trilithons of Baalbek in Lebanon or the Cyclopean walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. In each case, we see the same pattern: impossibly large stones, expertly shaped and aligned, with no clear origin for the knowledge that made them. Others note that the Caucasus is not far from Mesopotamia, the so-called cradle of civilization. Could these structures be remnants of a migration? A splinter group from a vanished world, seeking refuge in the mountains? The Black Sea flood theory, one of the leading hypotheses for a global flood narrative, places this region near the epicenter of that cataclysm. If rising waters swept through the valleys, drowning cities and scattering survivors, the highlands of the Caucasus may have been a sanctuary, and the dolmens then might be monuments not to death, but to survival. Structures built to remember, to mark the past, to honor the world that was lost. Of course, these ideas remain speculative. The academic world treads carefully. Dating techniques vary, preservation is inconsistent, and access to many of the dolmens is limited by terrain or political boundaries. But the mystery persists. For those who stand before them, hikers, researchers, wanderers, the dolmens evoke something ancient and profound, not just age, but intention. Not just stone but story, a doorway in the earth. A passage between worlds, a marker placed not for us, but for time itself. At night, when the winds slip through the gaps in the forest, the dolmens seem to hum with presence. They do not speak, but they do not sleep, either. They remain. In the quiet rhythm of rain on stone, in the whisper of leaves brushing against carved granite, you can almost hear it. The slow breath of a civilization that once was, a people who moved mountains, who shaped the earth with hands that understood the stars. They are gone now. But their memory lives on, in the megaliths of the Caucasus, in the shadows between the trees, in the weight of stones that have not moved for thousands of years. And as the sun rises over the ridges and casts long golden lines across the stone faces, something stirs. Not a voice, not a message, just a feeling that the past is not past, that the flood did not wash everything away, that somewhere in the silence, the builders still watch, waiting to be remembered. High above the red-tiled rooftops of Cusco, where the Andes breathe ancient winds into the heart of Peru, lies a wall unlike any other in the known world. It is not tall like a fortress, nor wide like a palace. It is curved, towering, serpentine, and it is made of stones so large, so perfectly shaped, that they fit together without a single drop of mortar. They have stood unmoved for centuries, through tremors, storms, and time itself. This is the wall of Sacsayhuaman, a name that rolls like a whisper from one tongue to the next, sacred to the Incas, mysterious to historians, and to those who stand before it, overwhelming in its sheer defiance of logic. Set on a hill overlooking the former capital of the Inca Empire, the Sacsayhuaman complex was once thought to be a fortress. Later, it was considered a ceremonial site. Today, it is something even more enigmatic, a puzzle of stone left by hands we cannot name with certainty. For while the Incas are credited with expanding and preserving parts of it, even they admitted the core of Sacsayhuaman was ancient, built by people before them, builders they regarded with reverence, and perhaps even fear. Because these walls are not made of bricks, but of giants. The stones range from several tons to over 100 tons in weight. Some are taller than a man, others as long as a bus. They are not uniform, yet they interlock so precisely that even a sheet of paper cannot slip between them. There are no straight edges. Every block is irregular, multi-angled, shaped with such astonishing accuracy that they puzzle modern engineers. And somehow, these stones were cut, lifted, and placed with no cranes, no steel tools, no written plans, no blueprint for the impossible. The largest stone at Sacsayhuaman is estimated to weigh more than 120 tons. To move such a behemoth today would require industrial machinery and exact calibration. But here, it was maneuvered up steep slopes, rotated into position, and locked in like the final piece of an otherworldly jigsaw. The official narrative tells us that the Incas, with incredible manpower and ingenuity, crafted these walls using stone hammers and patience, that they dragged the stones with ropes, rolled them on logs, and spent decades aligning them. But there are problems with that theory. There are no traces of tool marks consistent with stone hammers, no quarries large enough nearby to supply such a volume of matching megaliths, no written record, oral tradition, or archaeological evidence that fully explains how the largest stones were lifted or locked into place. Even the Spanish conquistadors, upon arriving in the 1500s, were baffled. They destroyed much of the Sacsayhuaman complex, tearing it down to use the smaller stones to build homes and churches in Cusco. But they left the megalithic blocks alone, not out of respect, but because they could not move them, not even with their horses, their iron tools, or their determination. These stones were too heavy, too precise, too still. Some researchers suggest that Sacsayhuaman might be far older than the Inca Empire, that it predates even the earliest recorded civilizations in the Andes. And if that is the case, it might belong to a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter erased by floods, quakes, or some greater cataclysm. This is where the story of Sacsayhuaman drifts into the territory of lost civilizations. Some speculate that an ancient pre-flood culture, possibly one with an understanding of geopolymers, acoustic levitation, or magnetic manipulation, once flourished here. That they were master builders who encoded astronomical knowledge into stone, aligning their creations with the sun, the solstice, and the stars. Because the layout of Sacsayhuaman is not random. It forms a zigzag pattern, with three massive walls layered one behind the other, creating a defensive shape and echoing the fangs of a puma, an animal sacred to Andean cosmology. Some believe the entire city of Cusco, when seen from above, was designed in the shape of this animal, with Sacsayhuaman as its head, a sacred geometry, laid in stone. This ancient alignment extends beyond symbolism. On the longest day of the year, the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere, the sun rises in perfect alignment with the great walls of Sacsayhuaman. The Incas celebrated Inti Raymi here, a festival of the sun, and even today, it draws thousands of visitors each June. But how did the original builders know? How did they measure the solstices without clocks? How did they transport and carve 100-ton stones without pulleys or steel? How did they level the site so precisely atop a rocky hill? Even now, with lasers and computers, we marvel at their accuracy. The stones are not just placed for stability, they are earthquake-proof. Peru lies on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a seismically active zone prone to devastating earthquakes. And yet, Sacsayhuaman has endured tremors that reduced colonial buildings to rubble. Its multi-angled stones absorb shockwaves and shift imperceptibly before settling back into place. A technology we struggle to replicate today. Could these builders have known something we've forgotten? Some point to legends, stories of Viracocha, the white-bearded god who came from across the sea to teach architecture, astronomy, and civilization. Some say he arrived after a great flood, guiding survivors to rebuild. Others believe the knowledge came from an even earlier race, giants or sky beings, myths that echo across cultures from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica. Even within the Inca traditions, there is a reluctance to claim authorship of Sacsayhuaman's oldest stones. They speak of it as inherited, a sacred site, a place of initiation, not invention. There is another curious detail. Across the walls, especially along the zigzagging outer edge, you will find odd shapes carved into the stones, seemingly decorative niches and mysterious indentations. Some researchers believe they were symbolic, others suggest they were used to attach ritual objects, while a few propose they were part of a larger energy grid. Whatever their purpose, they add to the mystery. Why embellish stones so heavy they could barely be moved? Why add effort to the impossible? And then, there are the magnetic anomalies. Several investigators have noted strange fluctuations in compass readings near Sacsayhuaman's largest stones. One theory is that the stones themselves were magnetized or affected by natural electromagnetic forces. Could the site have once been part of an energy system, something akin to a power node or an acoustic chamber? Some believe that Sacsayhuaman is connected, not just spiritually but physically, to other ancient sites across the globe. That its builders were part of a now lost civilization that traveled far and wide, leaving clues in stone. From Giza to Baalbek, from Easter Island to the Andes, these were not isolated feats, but expressions of a shared intelligence, a vanished map of human achievement, and Sacsayhuaman might be its cornerstone. As night falls over the Peruvian highlands, the wind turns cold, brushing softly across the stones. The silhouettes of the megalithic walls take on a dreamlike quality, monolithic, timeless, silent. The stars emerge above, the same stars the builders once watched. And somewhere in that silence, you feel it, not just the weight of the stone, but the weight of time. The sense that what you're looking at is more than a ruin, it's a message. A reminder that we have not yet uncovered everything, that deep beneath the layers of history and interpretation lies a truth still waiting to be understood. And as sleep begins to settle in, slow and steady, your thoughts drift with the mountain air, past the winding stones, past the stars above, to the ones who shaped them both. The builders are long gone, but their hands are still here, carved into every corner, etched into every seam. Holding fast through centuries of silence, they wait. And the walls whisper. High in the misty highlands of West Java, cloaked in layers of dense jungle and volcanic soil, rises a quiet hill called Mount Padang. To the casual observer, it may look like any other mountain draped in tropical green. But as the sunlight touches its slopes and the stones begin to catch the light, something ancient begins to reveal itself. Scattered across the summit are massive, weathered stone blocks, arranged in deliberate patterns, positioned like remnants of a long-lost temple. These are not natural formations. They are pillars, carefully set in place, buried beneath centuries of earth and ash. Mount Padang is not merely a hill, it is a mystery wrapped in time. For beneath its surface lie layers of construction that defy traditional timelines. What began as a modest archaeological site has now become one of the most controversial discoveries in Southeast Asia. A discovery that may rewrite what we know of human civilization. The surface of Mount Padang features thousands of basaltic columns, volcanic stones naturally shaped into polygonal forms, then placed upright in terraces and chambers. The arrangement is geometric, intentional. The stones are stacked with care, forming walkways, walls, and platforms that appear ceremonial. Early researchers thought it was simply a megalithic site from a few thousand years ago, like many others scattered across Indonesia. But then came the seismic scans. Beginning in the early 2010s, Indonesian geologists and researchers conducted deep ground-penetrating radar and core drilling on the site. What they found shook the academic world. Beneath the surface structure, buried under layers of hardened soil, were deeper and older constructions. The scans revealed chamber-like voids, man-made cavities stretching downward into the earth. Some of the underground formations lie as deep as 15 meters below the surface, reaching into geological strata that date back over 10,000 years. Some estimates suggest these lower layers may be older than 20,000 years. That would place Mount Padang's origins not only before recorded history, but before the end of the last ice age. A time when most of the world's civilizations had yet to form. A time when mainstream history suggests humans were still largely nomadic, without architecture, agriculture, or organized culture, and yet someone was building here. Not just with stone, but with purpose. The subterranean chambers of Mount Padang are thought to include tunnel systems, layered stone walls, and possible ceremonial rooms. Though full excavation has not yet been permitted due to the site's sacred status, the geophysical evidence suggests that this mountain holds a multi-layered archaeological site, constructed in phases over thousands of years. And if that is true, then who were the original builders? The answer remains elusive. There are no written records, no inscriptions, no pottery shards or skeletal remains that clearly tell us who began Mount Padang's transformation. The Sundanese people who live in the region have passed down oral traditions that speak of the mountain as a sacred place, a site of meditation and healing connected to ancestral spirits and ancient knowledge. But these stories only deepen the mystery. According to some interpretations of local law, Mount Padang was not built by ordinary humans. It was the domain of the wise ones, the ancestors of great knowledge, those who could shape stone and harness energy. A race remembered in myth, perhaps forgotten in history. The upper surface stones of the site are laid out in unusual patterns. Some align with astronomical positions, suggesting the builders had an understanding of celestial movements. Others form acoustic spaces, amphitheater-like arrangements where sound resonates in strange ways, almost as if the structures were designed to amplify chanting or sacred tones. This raises the question, was Mount Padang simply a temple, or was it something more? Some researchers speculate that the mountain was once a center of healing, that it contained vibrational or energetic qualities, encoded into the very geometry of the chambers. Others believe it was an observatory, a place to watch the skies, to track the stars as they wheeled overhead. And still others go further, suggesting the site was a kind of pre-flood archive, a place where knowledge was preserved during a time of global upheaval. Because if the site truly dates back over 10,000 years, then its earliest construction would have occurred during the Younger Dryas period, a time of climatic instability, massive floods, and sudden extinction events. Perhaps, some say, Mount Padang was not only built to honor the gods, but to survive the wrath of nature. The basalt stones themselves tell a story. They are heavy, weighing up to several hundred kilograms each, and yet they were moved with precision, stacked and balanced without mortar. Many of them are shaped with such accuracy that they fit together in ways similar to the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru or the trilithons of Baalbek in Lebanon. Could there have been a lost connection, a shared knowledge between ancient builders across continents? Or did humanity, in scattered pockets, discover the same techniques independently during a forgotten golden age? What makes Mount Padang even more remarkable is its location. It sits atop a dormant volcano, in a region marked by high seismic activity. Yet the structures have endured for thousands of years. Some researchers believe the builders chose the site precisely because of its energetic properties, perhaps even understanding the flow of magnetic or telluric currents beneath the earth. In this theory, Mount Padang was not only sacred, but functional, a geologically attuned site engineered to harmonize with the natural forces of the planet. And then there are the carvings, subtle, faint, and few. Along some of the surface stones are patterns and marks that resemble symbols, not quite writing, not quite decoration, perhaps remnants of a forgotten language, or perhaps indicators, pointing towards something hidden below. It is this idea that something lies hidden within that continues to stir curiosity. The seismic scans have revealed voids beneath the surface, large, hollow spaces arranged like rooms, sealed in stone. These subterranean cavities are currently unexplored, but the few borehole samples taken from their edges suggest that their construction is different from the surface terraces, older, denser, made with unknown binders and materials. One sample yielded carbon-based materials, dated to around 13,000 BCE. That is not just old, that is ancient beyond comprehension. It predates Gbekli Tepe, predates Stonehenge, predates even the idea of civilization itself. And yet here it is, quiet, buried, waiting. Mainstream archaeologists remain cautious. Without a full excavation, the deeper layers of Mount Padang cannot be conclusively identified as man-made. And yet the evidence mounts layer upon layer, chamber upon chamber. Could it be that our view of history has simply not dug deep enough? Some believe Mount Padang was not an isolated site, but the center of a vast prehistoric culture that once spanned parts of Indonesia and beyond. A civilization that flourished before the flood myths of the world were born, before the seas rose, before time as we measure it began. A civilization that vanished, leaving only stone. The story of Mount Padang is still being written. Excavations continue slowly, delicately. Arguments rise and fall like the clouds over its summit. But the stones do not argue. They remain, massive, silent, timeless. If the chambers beneath are ever opened, we may find the answer to questions that have echoed across centuries. Or we may find only more questions. But even in its silence, Mount Padang speaks. It tells us that something was here, something that could build with stone, shape it with precision, and bury it deep within a mountain, something that could survive the shifting of ages, waiting for the day when we would ask once again, who were the builders? And what did they leave behind? As the wind stirs the grass above and the jungle sighs in the distance, you can almost hear it, the breath of time, the rhythm of footsteps from long ago, the quiet hum of something deeper than stone, older than memory. And in that moment, as your thoughts begin to drift like mist across the minute, you are not just listening, you are remembering. A time long before maps, long before kings, long before the flood. Along the southeastern coast of India, where the Bay of Bengal meets the ancient sands of Tamil Nadu, stands a windswept town that has whispered to travelers for centuries. Its name is Mahabalipuram, also known as Mamallapuram, a place where myth and stone mingle so seamlessly that even the ocean itself seems to hide secrets in its tides. Carved temples cling to the rocky shores, their weathered facades shaped not only by artisans' chisels, but by the relentless breath of salt-laden wind and water. But what we see above the surface may only be part of the story, because just off the coast, submerged beneath the waves, lie the broken outlines of something older, something vast, something once believed to be legend. Temples beneath the sea. The stories of underwater ruins at Mahabalipuram begin with a legend as old as the town itself. In ancient times, it is said, the shoreline was home to a city of great beauty, a city of 7 magnificent temples, but 6 of them, so the legend goes, were swallowed by the sea, leaving only one behind. That lone survivor is now known as the Shore Temple. It stands today on a rocky platform overlooking the sea, a sentinel of stone gazing east toward the rising sun. Its form is both graceful and defiant, with stacked spires and delicate carvings that speak of devotion and dynasties long past. Built during the Pallava dynasty in the 8th century CE, the Shore Temple is recognized by archaeologists as a marvel of its era, but for centuries, local fishermen and coastal villagers have insisted that it is just the tip of something greater, that beyond the breakers, hidden beneath the churning water, lie the ruins of the other 6 temples. Their domes and columns, now carpeted in coral, still sleep in silence. For generations, these tales remained folklore, haunting and romantic, but unproven. That changed in the early 2000s, when the sea itself began to reveal its secrets. In December 2004, a powerful undersea earthquake triggered a devastating tsunami that swept across the Indian Ocean. As the waters receded along the shore of Mahabalipuram, something extraordinary happened. The sea drew back so far that for a brief window of time, the ocean floor was exposed, and people saw structures, large stone blocks, steps, walls, carvings, all lying where no temple should be, far below the tide line. As quickly as they appeared, the waters returned, cloaking the ruins once more. But the glimpse was enough to ignite a flurry of archaeological interest. Soon after, marine surveys were conducted by the Indian Navy and the Archaeological Survey of India. Divers explored the area just offshore and found more than they expected. Beneath the waves, scattered across the seabed, were the remains of what appeared to be man-made structures, rectangular formations, lines of dressed stone and sections of wall that suggested deliberate construction. Some were found as far as 2 kilometers from the current shoreline. Among the discoveries was a submerged lion sculpture, carved from stone, unmistakably man-made. In Hindu iconography, lions are often associated with temples and deities, especially those dedicated to Vishnu and Durga. The presence of such a sculpture underwater hinted at a once grand complex now lost to time and tide. The questions came quickly. How old were these structures? Who built them? And what had caused their submersion? Traditional archaeology places the shore temple around 710–728 CE. But if the submerged structures were contemporaneous, they should have shared a similar fate, or perhaps predated even that. Some researchers believe the underwater ruins may have belonged to an earlier phase of temple building, possibly dating back to the Sunken period or before. Others suggest a more dramatic possibility, that these ruins are the remnants of a city or temple complex, swallowed by the sea during a catastrophic event, perhaps even during the end of the last ice age, when global sea levels rose rapidly due to melting glaciers. This would place their origin at more than 10,000 years ago, long before recorded Indian history, a time typically not associated with advanced stone architecture. Could it be that the legends of the 7 pagodas are not merely metaphor? Could Mahabalipuram have once been home to a vibrant coastal city, its glory lost in a sudden deluge? The idea is not without precedent. Across the world, ancient sites near coastlines carry similar tales. In Japan's Yonaguni, in India's Gulf of Cambay, off the coast of Cuba, there are ruins that defy conventional timelines, sometimes pointing to an era when rising seas erased entire civilizations, and Mahabalipuram, sitting at the edge of the vast Indian Ocean, may have been among them. What makes the submerged ruins so compelling is not just their existence, but their symmetry. The patterns seen by divers, right angles, parallel lines, geometric arrangements, suggest a degree of planning inconsistent with mere natural formations. Though skeptics argue these could be rock formations shaped by erosion, the carvings and sculptures tell a different story. But archaeology in the sea is difficult work. Visibility is low, currents are strong, and time underwater is limited. As a result, much remains unexplored. Some areas are now off-limits to protect the fragile ruins, while others await future investigation. Yet the mystery deepens with every passing tide. Even the geology of the region supports the possibility of submersion. The coast of Tamil Nadu is vulnerable to seismic shifts and gradual coastal erosion. Ancient riverbeds and delta systems once reached farther into the ocean, forming a broader landmass than what is visible today. Over time, shifting tectonic plates and rising sea levels may have drowned more than just sand dunes. Among the theories, one proposes that Mahabalipuram was part of a larger port city, perhaps even a hub of trade, religion and culture. If so, the temples may have been markers for incoming ships, standing like stone lighthouses in the surf. Their submersion would not only be a loss of architecture, but of memory, a chapter of India's maritime past lost to the waves. And yet the story persists. The 7 pagodas remain a potent symbol in local tradition. Artists have painted them, poets have written of them, and pilgrims still gaze out over the waters, imagining what lies beneath. The name itself, pagoda, is a misnomer introduced by colonial observers who saw the tiered temple towers and likened them to East Asian pagodas. But in reality, the term refers to the sacred vimanas, stepped temple spires that rose like mountains against the horizon. One still stands, the shore temple, and it bears the scars of time. Over the centuries, the sea has eaten away at its carvings, softening once crisp figures of gods and guardians. Yet even now, the temple radiates a quiet strength. Its base is low and sturdy, its stones locked tightly without mortar. It was built to last, to endure wind, salt, and perhaps even memory. Inside, the sanctum houses deities from both the Shaivite and Vaishnavite traditions, unusual for the time. It suggests a harmony between sects, a place of shared worship, and possibly a reflection of an even older spiritual tradition passed down through generations. Was this fusion the echo of an earlier culture, a pre-dynastic people whose beliefs shaped the region before writing? before history, before the sea arrived? It is difficult to say, but the sea has always taken and returned in equal measure. Sometimes it gives us clues, sometimes it gives us silence. As the sun rises over the waves of Mahabalipuram, casting a golden glow on the rocks and reflecting in the temple's spires, it's not hard to imagine another skyline beneath the surface, spires long hidden, yet not forgotten. Divers continue to explore, researchers continue to analyze. But the story of Mahabalipuram, of the 6 temples swallowed by the sea, endures not because of what we know, but because of what we can still imagine. It endures in the hush of the surf, the lull of waves against stone, and the quiet belief that somewhere below, in the deep, another world is waiting, not lost, only sleeping. In the heart of Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, ringed by distant snow-dusted mountains and blanketed in golden sunlight, there stands a place so ancient, so immense, that its very stones seem to hum with mystery. The site is known today as Baalbek, a name that evokes echoes of forgotten gods, vanished builders, and a civilization whose identity has become lost beneath layers of time, conquest, and empire. But beneath the Roman columns and temples, beneath the Christian ruins and Islamic echoes, lies something far older, something that no chisel in recorded history can fully explain. Baalbek is a paradox carved in stone. At first glance, one might mistake it for a classical Roman ruin. After all, towering Corinthian columns stretch high into the sky, remnants of what was once called the Temple of Jupiter. These columns, among the largest of their kind ever built by the Roman world, speak of ambition, wealth, and imperial reach. But the deeper you look, literally and figuratively, the more the story begins to shift. Because beneath the Roman grandeur lies a foundation so massive, so bewildering in scale and technique, that it defies explanation even today. Here at the core of Baalbek's massive platform are the Trilithon stones. 3 immense megaliths, each weighing an estimated 800 tons, form a retaining wall more than 20 feet above ground level. Their dimensions, roughly 64 feet long, 14 feet high, and 12 feet thick, are staggering. And yet, they are positioned with such precision, their surfaces so finely aligned, that even a razor's edge can scarcely fit between them. Nearby, still resting in a quarry, lies another colossus, the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman. Larger still than those already installed, this single block of limestone weighs well over 1,000 tons. Another even larger stone was discovered beneath it in recent years, perhaps the largest hewn stone ever known. And yet no cranes, no pulleys, and no written records exist to tell us who carved these giants, who moved them, and how. The Roman Empire, magnificent as it was, left behind detailed architectural plans, engineering guides, and inscriptions on countless structures. But for the Trilithon and its foundation, there is only silence. The Romans built upon these stones, but did they place them there, or were these blocks already ancient when Rome was young? This is the puzzle of Baalbek. Archaeologists traditionally date the Roman temple complex to around the 1st century BCE to 2nd century CE, when Emperor Augustus began major construction efforts in the region. Baalbek was then known as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and served as a strategic Roman outpost in the eastern provinces. The temples of Jupiter, Bacchus, and Venus formed a triad that rivaled the great sanctuaries of the empire. But the Roman builders, advanced though they were, typically used smaller stone blocks, lifted by cranes, and assembled with scaffolding. The tools and techniques known to them, while impressive, do not explain the existence of 801,000-ton blocks already in place before their arrival. This discrepancy has led to theories both scholarly and speculative. Some suggest that the megalithic base was constructed by earlier local cultures, perhaps the Phoenicians, who worshipped Baalbek in the region long before the Roman gods took his place. Baalbek itself may derive its name from Baalbek, the ancient storm god, whose presence lingered in the myths of the Levant. Yet there is no surviving record of Phoenician engineering on this scale. Their temples and cities, while beautiful, do not contain such immense stones. Others point to the mysterious builders of the pre-pottery Neolithic world, responsible for sites like Gbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, or the enigmatic Ubaid culture of ancient Mesopotamia. These cultures are known for their architectural innovations and stonework that predate urban civilization. Could Baalbek's foundation belong to a lost chapter of humanity's early experiments with megalithic construction? Still others wonder if a catastrophic event, Perhaps the end of the last ice age and its resulting floods erased an entire civilization capable of such feats, leaving only their stone signatures behind. The scale alone raises difficult questions. To cut, shape, transport, and place these blocks would require not only ingenuity, but massive infrastructure. The largest modern cranes struggle to move such weights, and yet, in the mountains of Lebanon, these stones were not only quarried and carved, but moved up slight inclines, rotated, and positioned with breathtaking accuracy. And then there's the alignment. The temple complex is oriented with a precision that hints at celestial considerations. While the Roman additions followed known design principles, some researchers believe that the megalithic base follows patterns consistent with solar or stellar alignments, perhaps tying Baalbek to a much older tradition of skywatching and sacred geometry. One theory posits that Baalbek may have once been part of a global network of sacred sites, places where ancient peoples tapped into the rhythms of the cosmos and embedded their beliefs into the earth itself. Sites like the Great Pyramids, Stonehenge, and Teotihuacan share not only astronomical alignments, but echoes of scale and mystery. In this light, Baalbek becomes not an isolated marvel, but part of a forgotten pattern. But still, the identity of the builders eludes us. Some alternative historians suggest Baalbek was a landing platform for ancient sky gods or extraterrestrial visitors, a theory fueled by the site's size, its association with the heavens, and the mythic quality of its legends. These ideas are popular in fringe literature, though they remain unaccepted by mainstream archaeology. Yet even without invoking otherworldly help, Baalbek's foundations stir awe and confusion, because even the most conservative explanation requires accepting that, at some point in the deep past, humans achieved a level of engineering not matched again for thousands of years. What tools did they use? How did they organize labor on such a scale? And why, above all, was such effort poured into the creation of this platform? The answer may lie, not in practicality, but in devotion. For ancient builders, temples were not merely places to gather, they were earthly mirrors of the divine. Every stone, every step, every spire was a tribute, a way to anchor heaven to earth. In that view, the grandeur of Baalbek is not excessive, it is appropriate, it is reverent, and yet reverence does not explain how. As you wander through Baalbek today, you walk a path layered in eras. Roman inscriptions share space with Arabic calligraphy. Christian crosses are carved over faded deities. Columns lie fallen beside olive trees. The site is alive with contrast, a palimpsest of the sacred and the mysterious. But it is in the lower stones, in those impossible megaliths, that the silence grows loudest. They do not speak in languages we can decipher. They do not carry names or dates or dedications. They simply exist, immovable, unyielding, and unmapped by our understanding. As night falls on the Bikor Valley, and the stars return to their silent watch above, one can't help but feel that the builders of Baalbek, whoever they were, knew something we have forgotten. They understood gravity and balance. They worked not with haste, but with intention. They moved mountains, not metaphorically, but literally, and they left no explanation, only stone, massive, enduring, mysterious. Perhaps the greatest testimony to their genius is not that we remember them, but that their work still refuses to be ignored. Even now, thousands of years later, we stand in their shadow, still wondering, still listening, still trying to understand how stone became memory, and how memory became legend. High in the rugged expanse of the Caucasus Mountains, where clouds graze jagged peaks and deep valleys whisper forgotten tales, there stand silent sentinels of stone. They are not castles in the traditional sense. They are not watchtowers of any single known empire. Instead, these structures, some tall and narrow like spires, others squat and labyrinthine, cling to cliffs, emerge from fog, and hint at an ancient design that predates our written understanding of the region. They are the megalithic fortresses of the Caucasus, mysterious, unyielding, and quietly defiant of time. Stretching across modern-day Georgia, Russia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, the Caucasus Mountains have long been regarded as a crossroads of civilization. Cultures collided here, migrating, trading, and warring. Myths were born here too. The Greeks placed the punishment of Prometheus upon a Caucasian peak. The biblical land of Ararat, where Noah's Ark was said to rest, lies within sight of these same ranges. But far older than these stories are the structures that seem to rise from the rock itself. Towering stone keeps, some square, some circular, dot the steep terrain of regions like Svaneti, Ingushetia, and North Ossetia. Many of them were built without mortar, using massive blocks, fitted with uncanny precision. Some rise 5 stories high, others descend into the mountains like icebergs of stone, and none are easy to date. Some scholars suggest these structures were built between the 1st millennium BCE and the early Middle Ages. Others, less certain, propose that portions of these towers are far older, possibly predating any known kingdom in the region. And still others suggest an unsettling possibility, that the earliest phases of these fortresses belong to a people who lived before the last great cataclysm that ended the Ice Age. In places like Vanak Tower country, so remote it feels untouched by modernity, you find settlements built vertically into the mountainsides. Dozens of towers, each uniquely shaped and angled, appear woven into the cliffs like the threads of a stone tapestry. Narrow slit windows face precise directions. Some towers are positioned in lines, others in triangle-like formations. Theories abound about their use: watchtowers, sanctuaries, granaries, or signal posts. But the deeper the investigation, the more the mystery grows. Why build so high? Why build in places so remote that even today, reaching them is a feat of endurance? And who were these builders? Local oral traditions sometimes attribute the towers to supernatural beings, giants or spirits who once roamed the mountains. In other cases, the towers are said to be the legacy of forgotten ancestors who vanished long before the current inhabitants arrived. The truth may lie somewhere in between myth and memory. What we do know is that the stones themselves seem to defy the limitations of their supposed age. Some are cut with startling symmetry, others are etched with patterns that resemble no known script or art style. The walls are so finely fit that in many places, even centuries of seismic activity have not dislodged them. In Svaneti, high in the Georgian mountains, a cluster of these towers rises around medieval churches and stone houses. These villages seem to blend different epochs together, prehistoric, medieval and modern, into a single living museum. The towers have withstood not only time but avalanches, invaders and earthquakes, and yet they remain standing, almost as if they were meant to outlast even memory itself. It's tempting to view these towers as isolated anomalies, but when plotted across the entire Caucasus range, a pattern begins to form. Certain alignments appear, not only toward key valleys and passes, but towards celestial points. Some towers are angled in such a way that the sun strikes their windows only on the solstice. Others are aligned to the stars, suggesting a kind of sky-watching culture that blended astronomy with architecture. Could these have been more than defensive structures? Were they observatories, temples, or something else entirely? The region's geology offers another clue and another puzzle. Many of the fortresses are built atop highly magnetized bedrock, or near seams of mineral-rich deposits. Some researchers have proposed that the builders may have been drawn to these locations, not just for strategic defense, but for energetic or spiritual reasons. In ancient traditions around the world from the Andes to Tibet, certain stones and sites were believed to carry power. The Caucasus Towers may be no exception. Then there are the subterranean elements. Beneath some fortresses lie tunnel systems, crude by some standards, yet deliberate and calculated. They twist downward into the rock, sometimes opening into hidden chambers, storage vaults, or what appear to be places of ritual. These underground extensions are often more ancient in appearance than the towers above. Some are so narrow that modern researchers must crawl for meters at a time to reach their end. Why go to such lengths, both upward and downward? What were they guarding? What were they hiding? Local legends offer a haunting answer. According to some tales passed down through generations, the towers were not built to keep enemies out, but to keep something else in. Some towers are said to be cursed, others haunted. In places like North Ossetia, certain fortresses are avoided even today, their presence seen as eerie or sacred. Yet these towers were clearly places of life as well as fear. Archaeological findings include tools, pottery shards, and remnants of hearths. People once lived here, worshipped here, died here. In their walls time is suspended, neither forgotten nor understood. As we walk among these ruins now, we do so with reverence. The wind moves through narrow windows like a breath from the past. Stones warmed by the sun still hold the memory of hands that placed them, balanced them, believed in them. Each corner turned reveals another unanswered question, and perhaps that is the truest nature of these Caucasus fortresses. They were not built to be understood easily. They were built to last, and in lasting they defy the collapse of history. What little we know about the Caucasus region's earliest civilizations comes from fragments, burial mounds, petroglyphs, and myth. There is evidence of human habitation going back 40,000 years. Could it be that some of these towers are not simply medieval relics, but layered remnants of cultures that reached back to the edge of prehistory? Some propose that these builders were survivors, remnants of a civilization that existed before the floods, before the melting glaciers, before memory reset. When the ice retreated and the seas rose, most traces of these early cultures may have been lost beneath water and silt. But in the Caucasus, where the mountains rise like watchful giants, their handiwork may have survived. It is here, high above the floodplains, where the timeline of civilization becomes blurry, where the question of who we were and how far back our story truly goes becomes urgent. The Caucasus Towers remain untouched by the kinds of tourism that define other ancient sites. There are no admission gates, no gift shops, no carefully lit placards, just stones, just silence, just wind. And yet to stand there is to feel the presence of something vast, not in size but in age, in intent, in the quiet hum of forgotten purpose. As stars appear over the Caucasus peaks, casting pale light on towers that have stood longer than most cities have existed, we are left with wonder. Who climbed these heights with stone in hand? Who imagined these forms and placed them with such care? And why across centuries, across cultures, has their story remained so difficult to hear? Perhaps the answers are still hidden among the cliffs and passes, or perhaps the towers speak only in stone, a language we have not yet remembered how to read. Until then, they remain guardians of a time before time, a world before history, a memory carved in mountain stone, waiting. Beneath the sunlit waves of the Caribbean, off the western coast of Cuba, lies a silence that has baffled and haunted divers, scientists, and dreamers alike. At first glance, the seafloor appears barren, an undisturbed plain of sediment and coral, home to little more than passing fish and drifting kelp. But when sonar equipment was dragged across the ocean floor in 2001 by a team of marine researchers, something entirely unexpected emerged on the scanning screens. Something geometric, something that should not be there. More than 2,000 feet below the surface, the ocean concealed what appeared to be massive stone structures, large rectangular blocks, linear paths, and shapes that mimicked roads and even pyramids. These formations were spread over several square kilometers and appeared to be carefully arranged in patterns far too regular to be natural. The researchers, led by Pauline Zalitsky and her husband Paul Weinsweg, were the first to suggest the unthinkable, that this may be the remnants of an ancient unknown city. What startled experts even more was the depth. To be submerged this far below modern sea level, the structures, if man-made, would have had to be built over 10,000 years ago, when ocean levels were drastically lower due to glacial ice. That would place their construction well before the known rise of human civilization, long before the pyramids of Egypt, and long before Mesopotamia. We would be peering into a time not of kings and empires, but of early myths and flood stories, the realm of forgotten gods and lost worlds. It was off the tip of the Guanahaca-Bibis Peninsula that this mystery began. There, the seabed dips into a steep drop-off, forming a vast underwater terrace that researchers had originally been mapping for potential archaeological evidence of early human migration. Instead, they found stone formations arranged in what looked like grid-like patterns, almost as if a city had once stood there and then slowly sunk into the sea, or was swallowed whole by it. Further investigation suggested some of the stones were over 8 feet long and appeared to have been cut and stacked, fitting into each other with precision that reminded some of other megalithic sites around the world. Though no direct evidence of human tools or artifacts has been recovered from the site yet, the sheer scale and unnatural symmetry of the formations continue to raise difficult questions. Could this be a city that predates recorded history? And if so, what happened to its people? Many have drawn comparisons between this submerged site and Plato's descriptions of Atlantis, an advanced civilization lost to the sea in a single night and day of misfortune. While the connection is speculative at best, it has added an undeniable allure to the findings. The idea of a lost world, perhaps even a forgotten continent, waiting beneath the waves of the Caribbean, has stirred imaginations across the globe. But the Atlantic isn't the only place where such stories rise like mist from the ocean floor. In fact, flood myths are among the most widespread of all ancient stories, appearing independently in cultures from Sumer to Mesoamerica. from the Aborigines of Australia to the oral traditions of North America's indigenous tribes. Could these myths be echoes of real events? A collective memory of a time when oceans surged, lands were swallowed, and entire civilizations vanished beneath the tide. The Cuban underwater structures add a chilling layer to that possibility. Skeptics, of course, have offered alternative theories. Some suggest that the formations could be natural, a result of seismic activity, fracturing the bedrock and forming geometric patterns over time. Others believe the sonar images may be misleading, misrepresenting ordinary rock formations, and yet the original team remained convinced enough to propose further expeditions, ideally with submersibles equipped with cameras and robotic arms that could retrieve samples, take close-up footage, and determine once and for all whether these formations were shaped by human hands or by nature's invisible chisel. But the waters have proven stubborn. Funding dried up, permits became entangled in bureaucratic uncertainty, access to the site was limited by international tensions, and so, like the structures themselves, the truth has remained submerged, visible only in sonar echoes and whispered speculation. What makes this mystery even more intriguing is its location. The Caribbean basin is geologically complex and historically rich. Its islands have been inhabited for thousands of years, but much of its pre-Columbian history remains a shadow. The proximity of the site to the Yucatan Peninsula, home to the ancient Maya, only adds to the mystery. Could this have been a precursor civilization, a lost culture that passed down whispers of knowledge through time, eventually inspiring the rise of the Olmec, the Maya, and others? Then there's the enigma of lost knowledge. Civilizations like the Maya were advanced astronomers, tracking the stars with stunning precision. Their pyramids align with celestial events, and their calendar was more accurate than Europe's Julian calendar for centuries. Could their ancestors have inherited this awareness from a forgotten world submerged beneath the sea? Other parallels have been drawn to the Yonaguni Monument near Japan, another submerged site of massive stone formations that some believe to be a sunken temple. Like the Cuban anomaly, the Yonaguni Monument sits beneath the waves in silence, its origins debated and its purpose unknown. Together they hint at a broader mystery, that of ancient maritime civilizations, now lost, that may have skirted the edges of what we think we know. The Cuban structures also evoke comparisons with the Bimini Road, a formation of rectangular stones found underwater near the Bahamas. That site too has been called everything from natural beach rock to a remnant of Atlantis. What connects all these places is their refusal to fit neatly into the historical timeline. They don't belong, and yet they are there. The structures off Cuba are not visible to the naked eye, hidden as they are beneath layers of water and time. But they linger in the data, in the grainy sonar scans and cautious academic papers. They dwell in the imagination, not quite confirmed, but never fully denied. What kind of people might have lived in such a place? If these structures were built intentionally, then who shaped them? Were they a seafaring society? Did they possess tools we no longer understand? Did their stories pass into myth when the waves came? If the oceans could speak, perhaps they would tell us of a time when human history looked very different, when sprawling cities lined coasts that no longer exist, when temples reached for the stars, and harbors bustled with activity in places now known only to whales and shipwrecks. The submerged city off the coast of Cuba remains unexcavated, unclaimed and unexplained. It may turn out to be a natural formation, or it may not. That is the quiet tension that keeps the mystery alive. Until divers descend again, until robotic arms brush away centuries of sediment, until cameras shine light on what hides in the deep, its story remains unfinished. Perhaps we're not meant to solve every mystery. Perhaps some places are meant to rest. But the mind wanders, doesn't it? It drifts to the edge of possibility, to the soundless void beneath the waves, where the past hums like a forgotten song. It's there in that deep stillness that the story of a lost city waits, patient, unbothered by debate or disbelief, a riddle laid in stone, a puzzle only the sea remembers. And somewhere, off the coast of Cuba, it sleeps still, half buried, half remembered, and entirely real. And now, as the waves settle, and the echoes of lost civilizations fade once more into the deep, we're left with questions that may never be answered, and that's part of the mystery. Whether carved in stone or submerged beneath the sea, these forgotten worlds continue to whisper through time, reminding us how much we've yet to understand. If you've made it this far, thank you for joining me on this long, quiet journey through ancient ruins, vanished empires, and the legends left behind. I hope it brought you a sense of wonder and maybe a little peace. If you'd like more stories like this, slow, strange, and just a bit eerie, don't forget to subscribe. It helps more than you know and ensures you'll never miss another step into the unknown. Sleep well and dream of cities that time forgot.